Good morning, good morning, good morning. Welcome to day two of Texas 7-on-7 tournament here in Brazos Valley, put on by Brazos Valley Roller Derby. Thank you for joining us. We're about to get started with game number one. Hopefully you can see the whole track now. Yesterday we had a different camera. Didn't have enough time to switch out to another camera, but we got a wider lens camera so we can see the whole track, except for where our little announcers are and a little bit of the table here for the NSL. So welcome, welcome, welcome. All right, all right. Welcome back. We got just about a minute until we get started here. I'm going to go over the teams that will be playing in game number one. We got Horror Moans, and on that team is 137 Red Heifer, 27 Edie Batty, 3 Nikki Brutal, 3-1 Plan B, 4-0 Estro Genocide, 6-6 6-6 Toxic, 8 Scaratonin, 9022 Feral Goldilocks, 922 Oh My Ovaries. And for Wasted Potential, we have 1-5 Fear the Rear, 1976 Cat Crash Fever, 222 Who Me? 2-3 Concussion, 2-9 Fire Truck, 404 Zip, 420 Sheetal, 729 Smack Dahlia, and 8-3 Sugar Bullet. And we will be getting started here in just a few seconds. Thank you for joining us on day number two of the Texas 7-on-7 tournament. If
Championship Sunday.
Championship Sunday, as Johnny Pepper is sitting right beside me, helping out. Uh, Yeah, so this is where all of our championships are going to be happening. I think we got a couple of games first to get some placement games out of the way, and then from there, call your friends, tune in. These will be some good mashups here today. Thank you for joining us. And if you weren't here yesterday, welcome. If you were here yesterday, welcome back. Looks like we're getting thumbs up all the way around from the officials, the SOs to the NSOs, and skaters are getting onto the track. And feel free to sit in the chat and chat with me. I'm sitting right next to the computer, so I'll be able to see whatever you got going on in there. If we have any issues, or you just want to do a shout out, or just be excited and type jumbled stuff. That's cool too. Got 5 seconds now. Oh, no, less than that. And we got Estrogenocide for Hormones up on the jam line. I did not see the number for Wasted Potential, but Estrogenocide is out as your lead jammer. Gotcha. And then you have Concussion on the Wasted Potential. Quick call off there after grabbing a couple of points. Don't think got all four. Nope. Got 2 and 3 accordingly. Sorry, I'm fumbling with this wire. So 3 points for Wasted Potential and 2 points for Hormones. So good job on Concussion for stealing that extra point, even though not the lead jammer. And I hear people kicking over cups. That's never a good thing. And we got Sheetal and Goldilocks on the jam line. Sheetal gets recycled back all the way back to turn number 4. Goldilocks working up at the front of that pack against that tripod. It's just a jumbled mess going into turn number 1. Skaters are falling everywhere, and it looks like Goldilocks does get out and get lead jammer status, but Sheetal is right there on Goldilocks' heels. It's a race back to the pack. Goldilocks able to get a couple of points there and call it off quickly on that outside line. 4 points for Goldilocks and 1 point for Sheetal. Looks like we got Estrogenocide and Zip going to be jamming in jam number 3. Zip trying for that inside line. Not much there. Estrogenocide out on the outside of turn number 1. Does get lead jammer status. Coming back around, trying to get a couple of points. Zip still working at the back of that pack in between turn 1 and 2. Estrogenocide does looks for that inside line, doesn't get it, gets knocked out and recycled back. Zip is coming into turn number 3, working on that 4 wall. Estrogenocide does get around to get a couple of points there. Zip still working real hard up at the pack. Zip gets a cut track call right up there at turn number 1. And that's going to be a power jam in favor of Estrogenocide and Hormones. Absolutely. Big hits all over the track in the pack. Another 4 points there for Estrogenocide and calls it before Zip is able to get out of the penalty box. So this will be a power start for Hormones. Looks like we're going to have Goldilocks on the jam line for Hormones, and not a lot of time before Zip comes out of the penalty box. Zip is standing up in the penalty box, but it's not needed. Goldilocks finds that inside line, quickly getting lead jammer status. Coming around for the scoring pass as Zip is right on Goldilocks' heels, coming into the pack. Goldilocks looking for that outside line. Cuts in. Beautiful 45, but doesn't quite get it. Gets knocked out coming out of turn number 4. 0 points awarded to either jammer on that jam. And it looks like we got Estrogenocide and Concussion. Estrogenocide does get out very quickly and get the lead jammer status. Coming back around on the scoring pass. And that's going to be a power jam in favor of Hormones again as Concussion goes to the penalty box. Estrogenocide does get the out of play call, able to get through for 4 points, and then a multiplayer is assessed on one of the blockers for wasted potential. Estrogenocide going to the outside line, working the toe stops, doesn't quite get it. Is assessed a track cut at the end of that jam before the whistle blown. So Estrogenocide will start off in the penalty box, and that's going to be a power start for Concussion and wasted potential. See if wasted potential can capitalize on this power start and get a couple of points and close the gap here. Concussion working against that 2-wall up front. Stays in bounds. Beautiful spin and able to control it to stay in bounds. Gets that lead jammer status. Coming back around, trying to get a couple of points here. Estrogenocide is now standing in the penalty box. Got a couple more seconds. Calls it off. Good call off. Three points there for Concussion. 2 points. 2 points. So that'll be another power start for Sheetal and wasted potential. Is not going to have a lot of time here as Estrogenocide had been standing up in the penalty box for a few seconds. Official review on blue, and I'm going to go over there and see what we got going on. Okay, so just a little bit of an explanation. So blue team, wasted potential, was looking for all 4 points on that scoring pass. They thought that being that the other skaters were called out of play, that they should have been awarded all 4 points, but being that the jammer had not completely passed both of those blockers up front, the call stands as 2 points awarded. Okay. So looks like we got Sheetal and Goldilocks. Goldilocks does get out and get lead jammer status. Coming around on the scoring path. Sheetal is, oh, I didn't realize it's a power jam in favor of Hormones. Sheetal coming around, trying to get a couple of points here. Sheetal is out of the penalty box, now engaging the pack in between turn 1 and 2. 4 points there for Goldilocks. Sheetal gets knocked to the inside and has to be cycled back. Both jammers trying to work through the pack. Goldilocks does find that outside line and grab 4 points. Give you 8 points so far in this jam. Goldilocks does get through and get 4 more points. Sheetal trying to work that inside line, doesn't find it, gets knocked out. Goldilocks is through on that outside line, grabbing 4 more points. And that'll be a 16-point jam for Hormones and Goldilocks. And Cusson working that inside line as the jammer for his potential does get out and get that lead jammer status. Astro Genocide is out as well. Yeah. Looks like we got Goldilocks and Zip on the jam line. Zip quickly getting out and getting that lead jammer status coming around. Goldilocks is also out of the pack, completing that initial pass. Coming to get a couple of points here. Goldilocks looking for that outside line. Doesn't get it. Has to get recycled back. Ooh. Is that right? Goldilocks getting out and grabbing 4 points. Zip also grabs a couple more points, 4 more points to be exact, and then calls it off. And we're coming up on just over 4 minutes left in this game. Going into jam number 11 with Concussing and Estrogenocide on the jam line. Both jammers out quickly. Concussing is assessed lead jammer, but Estrogenocide was able to edge out Concussing and get in front. 2 points for Concussing and good call off, not allowing Estrogenocide to steal any points there. Looks like we're going to have Zip and Goldilocks on the jam line now. Zip working at the back of that pack, trying to get through. Goldilocks is recycled back, chooses to go all the way back to the jam line. Now Zip's recycled all the way back to the jam line. That allows Goldilocks to get through and get lead jammer status, coming back around on this scoring path. Zip is still working at the front of that pack, one-on-one. Tries for that outside, but doesn't get it. Gets knocked out and recycled back. Hard hit from Zip up front. Ooh. Nikki Brutal knocked out Zip on that outside line in between turn 3 and 4 with a hard hit there. Zip tried to get in and was assessed as cut trap. Now we're going to have a power jam in favor of Four Ramones. See the pack kind of speeding up there going into turn 1 and 2. Goldilocks is kind of slowing down, looking at the clock. Not a big rush here to grab any point. Trying to run out the rest of the clock. Zips coming back in from the penalty box. 4 points assessed for Goldilocks. Goldilocks does call it off with a little over a minute left in the gameplay. Yeah, that was a brutal hit for sure from Nikki Brutal. And we got Concussing on the jam line that does get out and get that lead jammer status up against Estrogenocide. It's a good time to get lead for Wasted Potential. Hopefully can draw out the rest of the time and get as many points as possible. One-on-one against Nikki Brutal. Nikki Brutal wasn't able to set up and get the block there against Concussing up front. Estrogenocide coming around on that outside. Gets gets knocked out by Sheetal. Sheetal recycles Esther Genocide back. Concussion able to get a couple of points there and come back around. And as you can see, the time on the game clock is expired, so we're just running on jam time now. Both jammers getting around, getting some points. Big hit from Concussion at the back of that block, that pack. Concussion working, got through that tripod and finds that inside line in between corners 3 and 4. Concussion working at the back of that pack again. Does get through on that inside line. Closing the gap, but I don't think there's going to be enough time to get all the points needed. But definitely a good showing here from Concussion. 20 points so far on this jam. Big hit in the back again on the back of that pack to grab 4 more points. And that will be the final whistle. Good showing there from Concussion at the end. 24 points, and that's our highest scoring jam today. Not the highest scoring jam of the tournament. That was 36 points yesterday, but definitely the highest scoring jam today. Big thanks to all of our SOs, our NSOs, our volunteers, our medics, our announcers, our maintenance folks that are maintaining the track, everybody out there. Big thanks for another glorious day of Derby, and we are going to game number 2. Is this all of them? Oh, okay.
All right, we're about to get game number 2 of the day, but 22 of the tournament underway. This is Squirrellock Holmes coming to you and announcing to you this game. We have Dumpster Fire coming to the track along with Bipolar Rollers. Dumpster Fire is bringing Trash Can, Loaded Diaper, Infest and Gnat's Nest, Trash Panda, Tire Fire, Hot Mess, Flaming Garbage, Molotov Blocktail. This is fine. Called Bipolar Rollers are being Carmina, Piranha, Neuralize Her, Parks and Wreckage, Oblongata, Hell's Kittens, Frida Loca, BC, and Ana. So with that whistle, we already have our first jam underway. Parks and Wreckage, and This Is Fine are our jammers. This Is Fine going to get recycled back beautifully there by 9-1 Neuralize Her. Meanwhile, Parks and Wreckage makes it out of the pack, grabbing lead status coming out of turn number 1. A star exchange does happen here for our dumpster fire, and now Flaming Garbage is our jammer. Meanwhile, Parks and Wreckage blows through the pack there on the second straightaway and is able to grab 4 points before the dumpster fire team is able to re-engage with our pack. So quick first jam here on game number 2. Score now 4-0. We're going to bring our second jam to you with none other than 1979 Neuralize Her coming to the track along with Trash Can. Trash Can's going to take a running and start approach. Neuralizer are going to start right there at the jam line. Either way, Dumpster Fire is scrambling right now to get their blockers aligned as they're supposed to actually have had someone start in the penalty box. They do manage to get that situated, but not enough time to stop Neuralizer, who goes to the outside route and immediately takes lead jam there for the Bipolar Rollers. With another engagement almost going right down the center, comes into contact with number 86 there. That's Molotov Blocktail. Neuralizer blew through that pack. Meanwhile, Trash Can still holding up there coming into turn number 1, trying to make that initial pass for Dumpster Fire. Neuralizer makes yet another pass, collecting 4 more points. Bipolar Rollers pack there, that wall being held up by Anus and Oblongata, doing a great job really tying up that jammer. Trash Can still fighting for that initial pass. Neuralizer is going to be recycled back there and manages to get back onto the track and quickly to the outside, grabbing 4 more points there for our Bipolar Rollers. Look at that. Trash Can coming into turn number 3 is able to find an inside route and is able to get the initial pass now for Dumpster Fire. Just in enough time for Neuralizer to realize what was going on, comes out of the pack on turn 3 and then calls off the jam. Wonderful strategy there by Neuralizer and our Bipolar Rollers. And as a result, we're going to have a new score now of 20-0. That gets right, a 16-point jam there brought to you by Neuralizer. So Neuralizer is going to go ahead over there and take a quick breath. And in that breath, we're going to go ahead and bring out Hell's Kitten. That's right. Hell's Kitten's going to come to our jam line for the Bipolar Rollers. As you can see on the screen here, Dumpster Fire is the furthest away table, or not table, but I guess bench, you can say, from the jam line. It has been a challenge I've seen throughout this tournament, getting the skaters from the bench to the line in enough time for them to be completely aware and prepared for that whistle. It really seems like that might be kind of what's working right now. As Bipolar Rollers, Hell's Kitten was able to get stabilized. There was still a lot of last minute scrambling by Dumpster Fire to get everything together. As a result, it took This Is Fine a little bit longer than normal, possibly, to get out of that pack. Meanwhile, Hell's Kitten grabs lead status and Artie with another pass through the pack collects 4 points and is going to continue this jam on as This Is Fine's going to engage here on the third turn. Anus, and it looks like 429 right there, or 4, yeah. Carmina and Anus, they're doing a great job, forces the jammer, Trash Can, to really kind of stay there. But in that stance, they were able to at least pass one opposing hips player. Or hips. So they will collect their first point of the game. 6 points are going to go ahead and be awarded to our Bipolar Rollers. And we're going to bring out Park and Wreckage again. So the score right now, 26-1. Bipolar still holding on to that lead. So Trash Can coming back to the jam line as well. Dumpster Fire is still starting at a deficit as they still have yet another jam with a player in the penalty box. And with that, they actually had 2 that allowed Parks and Wreckage to get quickly through that pack, grabbing a lead status very quickly for Bipolar Rollers. Trash Cans getting tied up there by Carmina. Meanwhile, Parks and Wreckage comes through turn number 1, 4 points and counting now. We've got a little about a minute and a half left in the jam. Coming with more reinforcements. Look at the O that was provided. Parks wasn't able to get over there in enough time. It does show that 419. And I don't know who that is on my register, but anyway, they were doing a great job, self-aware, got in front of Park. And Park somehow gets right back up and manages to push through, grabbing 4 more points. Trash Can tied up in the pack there on turn number 1 does hand off the star cover. So our new jammer of Dumpster Fire right now is going to be none other than 84, and that is going to be Flaming Garbage. Flaming Garbage, just getting that cover on in enough time to hear those whistles blown. With that, we got 3 more points collected by Parks, bringing the new score for our bipolar rollers 37-1. With under 15 minutes remaining in this quick 20-minute game, we've got none other than 21 Infest the Gnat's Nest coming to the jam line with Neuralizer. Jam is going to get started. Both jammers try to take the outside right. Neuralizer was quick to change their direction, goes right down the center, and then migrates out, able to grab that lead status. Infest the Gnat's Nest shortly behind them before even exiting or getting into turn number 1. So we have the pack now in turn number 1 as Neuralizer starts to engage for point earning rotations. Seeing that Infest the Gnat's Nest was on the heels of their skates, calls off the jam in just enough time, was able to collect at least 3 points though before that engagement and whistle were blown. Great job there by Neuralizer. Now making it a 40-1 game as the bipolar rollers really have only experienced 1 loss so far this tournament, but have come back last night, got another win at the end of the day, and looking to potentially get another one here this morning as they're our game 2 for our 7-on-7 tournament here. It's brought to you by Brazos Valley Roller Derby. Really want to go ahead and give a big thank you to all of our viewers right now. So happy that you are stayed tuned this morning, paying attention to what we're doing. Always keep in mind, drop some information in the chat. Tell me who you want to give a shout out to. Tell me what I should be looking at, or tell me what you want to know. I'm here to tell you everything I can as I'm Squirrellock Holmes, your announcer again for this game. Now keep in mind, it looked like there was a brief timeout for some track maintenance. Only bad thing about these maintenances and any timeout is that with the rules for 7-on-7s, the clocks do not stop. So that whistle lets us know we're done with the track maintenance. We're going to come back to the game, and we got 12:49 counting down on the clock. We've got none other than Hell's Kitten coming to the jam line with This Is Fine. Hell's Kitten taking an inside route, almost was able to get some O there from Anus, but it's going to be scrambled back up into the pack. Meanwhile, This Is Fine going on some action down there. Oblongacha holding up the wall, rotating there beautifully, and manages to get out of the pack. So This Is Fine. Great opportunity for our Dumpster Fire team, getting one of the first kind of lead jams that they've had so far this game. I know they've had a few. And Hell's Kitten passes that star cover for bipolar rollers over to Parks and Wreckage. So Dumpster Fire really trying to make the most of their opportunity as their engagement right there coming into turn number 2. They will call it off. Let me see if bipolar rollers were able to run into that pack. They did, unfortunately, didn't count for anything. So this would be the first unscored jam for our bipolar rollers. Their score will remain 40. However, our Dumpster Fire team was able to collect 3. So we got a 4-40 score with 11:40 on the clock. We're going to bring our next jammer with Neuralizer along with number 21, and that's another the Infest the Gnat's Nest. The whistle is blown. Both jammers again going to the outside. Beautiful block there by 0429 Carmina Piranha. Really just taking Infest Gnat's Nest off the track to the outside. Great bridging being done by the bipolar rollers, really drawing that jam route well past the jam line. As you see, Neuralizers using this completely to their advantage as they're pushing through the back, already collecting 4 points. But look at that hit that took place with Infest Gnat's Nest. They come with a running start, blazes through, but then that gets answered back as well. The pack is moving quick as Infest Gnat's Nest coming up to turn number 3. Neuralizer skating by on the outside, collecting 4 more points. And Infest Gnat's Nest is going to come out of turn number 3 with a penalty. So with that penalty, power jam, power to our bipolar team as Neuralizer comes through the first straightaway. Nice 360, collecting 4 points, calling it off, and allowing our bipolar rollers to enjoy a power start for our eighth jam. And for this power start, we're going to bring none other than Parks and Wreckage to the jam line. Parks and Wreckage, a little bit of a running start as the pack is really hanging out by that pivot line. Pushes through, not giving up, really finding those openings, trying to draw either a multiplayer penalty or at least find an opening, and they do just that. Park and Wreckage coming out of turn number 1 with lead jam status immediately for our bipolar rollers. We got under 10 minutes remaining in this game. And it's going to be Park and Wreckage coming again back to the inside. Was trying to find that O from Anus, but it's going to be thrown back the opposite direction. Quick recovery and an engagement to the outside. Meanwhile, it looks like Dumpster Fire's jammer Infested Gnat's Nest has now re-entered the track. Oblongata doing a great job holding up that wall with number 73 over there. That's Rita Loca. They're really tying up that jammer. Anus able to get a nice little shoulder block, pushes them to the outside of the track, and is going to run them back to turn 2. Meanwhile, Parks and Wreckage on their second pass, and that was easily done there for another 4 points, making it a total of 8 and counting. Meanwhile, Infest Gnat's Nest, another hard attempt there coming out of turn 1, trying to get through that bipolar roller wall. Not able to do so as easy as it might seem. Another attempt, Infest Gnat's Nest finally looked like they were going to take that star cover off and does take it off. So with that, Flaming Garbage is now the jammer, and Flaming Garbage is coming up to that same wall Infest Gnat's Nest is hanging out with. Oblongata doing a great job holding still there with Anus as they hold that jammer coming into turn number 3. Good shoulder right there by the bipolar rollers. Meanwhile, Parks and Wreckage comes to the outside and is able to grab 4 more points for the bipolar rollers. Flaming Garbage going to be knocked off the track. Beautifully done there by number 73. That's Frida Loca for you. Throwing them to the outside, and it's going to be Parks and Wreckage on the inside there for the bipolar rollers with another 4 points. So 20 counted for there. Score now going to be 72-4. Dumpster Fire still in the tail, but we got under 8 minutes remaining in the game.
It's like a beacon.
All right, we have a timeout in lieu right now. Again, keeping in mind with our seventh rules that while we have a timeout, that means that there is no stop to the clock. So I don't know if this was strategy or not, but it's definitely it, it's a, it's an option, and it was taken here today. And while we take this time out, I definitely want to make sure that we give a big thank you online here for all of our NSOs and SOs that are out here helping us again for this 2-day tournament, 7-on-7s here in Brazo or College Station, Texas. All right, with the whistle, that means we're back to the game. And with that game, we got Anus coming to the jam line for the bipolar rollers. That's going to be out there with number 918. This is fine. Both jammers tied up there a little bit at the jam line. That pack is stuck together. Movement now to the inside. Anus now going to the outside. Multiplayers being called on our Dumpster Fire team. Meanwhile, it is going to be Anus with bipolar rollers coming out with lead jam status. They will have to fight it, but this is fine. It looks like Dumpster Fire was trying to get to the front of the pack, and in doing so, really broke up that wall, allowed Enos to get through in turn number 3, and ended up with a penalty for Dumpster Fire's jammer. So it is a power jam now for Anus as they're now coming through with under a minute left in the jam, a 5:13 left in the game, but at least 4 points accounted for there, and now a power start. All right, Dumpster Fire was able to grab at least 1 point before going to the penalty box. Anus was able to collect 6 points on that drive. So we now have a score of 78-5. Again, bipolar rollers having the lead at the beginning of this game and not letting go so far. So under 5 minutes remain, and Oblong Gotcha is going to come now as the star cover for our bipolar rollers, enjoying this power start. Oblong Gotcha got a lead status there very quickly coming off the jam line. With a pivot returning there for Dumpster Fire, they will have another blocker Oblong Gotcha is going to have to get past. And the pack speeds up. And Oblong Gotcha takes a hit right there and is able to push through for 4 points for our bipolar rollers. A lot of action there between the penalty box and the track as this is fine, is back on the track and makes the initial pass for Dumpster Fire. Oblong Gotcha having fun there on the second straightaway. Goes through the pack quickly, grabs 4 points, and calls it off for a total of 8 earned during the jam. Score now 86-5 with under 4 minutes remaining. All right, we're coming up to the last few jams here on game number 2 or 22 for the tournament, however you want to look at it. Make sure you take a look at the QR code that we have and also our website for Bravo's Roller Derby to check out our tournament bracket. Right now, the whistle is going to be blown. We got Carmina Piranha coming to the jam line for the first time during this game, coming out there with Flaming Garbage. Carmina was able to get through the pack before the first turn, grab lead status for our bipolar rollers. Potentially, we could make 100 points here. They're right now sitting at 86, and Carmina is going to start engaging. Beautifully done on the toe steps, goes to the outside of the track and is able to go ahead and get through with 4 points. Meanwhile, looks like Dumpster Fire slowly exiting all the penalty box and is making their reign back to the track. Flaming Garbage got a back block there, very easily done on 73 there, Frida Loca. And now it is going to be yet another power jam for our bipolar rollers as Carmina is going to go back into the pack there on the first straightaway with a little over a minute remaining. Carmina being pushed to the outside by our Dumpster Fire, but still managing to find a way to get around. Will be ran back, decides to call it off instead of going back. And in doing so, we got 2.5 minutes remaining on the clock. Score right now is 94. Again, that's right. Carmina made 8 points. All right, we got the next jam, and it's going to be a power start again for the bipolar rollers. Oblong Gotcha is back to the jam line right now. And Oblong Gotcha to the outside, very quickly engaging. Almost fell out of my chair with that rolling back. That was an amazing hit by Oblong Gotcha coming into turn number 2. I would not want to be that blocker, but with that, they were able to grab lead status, and now we're going to come back into turn number 2 on an actual scoring run. Makes it a big hustle there to the inside, grabs 4 points in doing so. Let's talk about how Flaming Garbage comes out of that penalty box very quickly for Dumpster Fire, grabs that initial pass, and continues on. So pack now really speeding up to turn number 4, getting ready for impact. We've got players headed to the penalty box again for Dumpster Fire. Oblong Gotcha makes it through as easy as Crocker Butter makes it across the biscuit with 4 points earned there on that last rotation. So 111 on the clock right now. We are now at 105 on the actual bipolar roller score. 7 points there for Dumpster Fire. We only got a couple more minutes left in the or on the clock. And with that, we've got Neuralizer coming to the jam line along with Flaming Garbage. Big shout out. I see Anus there in the chat. Love it. And so with that, we also have Neuralizer coming out the jam line. Quick hustle to the outside, able to obtain that lead status immediately. Great job by Bipolar Rollers. Loca doing a real good run back, trying to get Flaming Garbage back to the jam line. In doing so, Neuralizer went right past the pack again, grabbing 4 points this rotation, and we'll continue on as we've got 21 seconds left in the period and a minute and a half left in the jam. So we will see when Neuralizer wants to end it. And she's gonna call it off right there that second straightaway. And in doing so, was able to get 4 more points for a total, I believe, 8 this jam. Maybe not. It was 4 points. However, that was the last jam of game number 2 here, or game 22 of our tournament. Score right now is going to be 7-109. Congratulations, our Bipolar Rollers. They managed to stay into the tournament. Again, this is the double elimination tournament we have going on. With only 1 loss in the tournament, Bipolar Rollers will progress through our brackets. And if you want to check out our brackets, make sure you go and follow Brazos Valley Roller Derby page. Get all the information that you would like to have about what's going on and where the teams stand. And until that time, we're going to take a quick break. We're going to allow our next game and teams to come to the track and warm up, and we will be back to you. Thanks again.
Hello, hello. Welcome to game 23 of the Brazos Valley Roller Derby 7-on-7 tournament in the lovely Brazos County. We are in Bryan, Texas. I'm Up and Tumble, and this is game number 23. Have you watched all 23 games? It's been so fun and exciting. Oh, by the way, if you're out there watching and listening, please shoot me a note. Let me know where you're watching from and who you're rooting for. This next game is going to be Bipolar Rollers versus the Hormones. Both these teams had a lot of action all weekend. The Polar Rollers lost to Confused and Unnamed Team. They beat Third Coast, and they just beat Dumpster Fire 109. So they had 2 wins and a loss. And I'm going to figure out Hormones' record shortly, but let me tell you who's skating. Let's see. Bipolar Rollers will be in red, and they actually just played a game. It's going to be 0429 Carmina Piranha, 1979, Neuralize Her, 419, Parks and Wreckage, 6, Oblong Gotcha, 72, Hell's Kitten, 73, Frida Loca, 84, BC, 850, A Nuss. That is the full roster. I'm not sure which 7 are playing, but I'm just going to tell you who came to travel all the way here to play for us all weekend long. Hormones will be in, I believe, black. I will correct you as soon as I know. But we have 137, Red Heifer, 27, Edie Batty, 3, Nikki Brutal, 31, Plan B, 40, Estrogenocide, 66, Toxic, 8, Scaratonin, 9022, Feral Goldilocks, 922, Oh My Ovaries. That again is the full roster. Only 7 of these skaters will be playing this game. It's a 20-minute game. Um, One timeout, one official review, up to 4 penalties allowed before you foul out. Okay, so Hormones is going to be in like a dark gray, like a graphite gray. Again, Bipolar Rollers will be in red. And they both have already played a game this morning. This is the third game of the day. Looks like we're going to have Neuralizer lined up in red for Bipolar Rollers. And I believe that's, yes, Feral Goldilocks for the Hormones. Karina Piranha with some great blocking on that inside line, forcing Feral Goldilocks to reset. Meanwhile, Neuralizer is out first and is your lead jammer. We do have our first power jam of this game, Feral Goldilocks. No, I'm sorry, that was another person dressed as a jammer going back to the bench thinking they were going to jam. That is Feral Goldilocks out on initial pass. All right, we have Bipolar Rollers on the scoreboard. Hormones with a 0 on that first jam. That's the wrong team, I think. It's saying Hormones has 3 points. Bipolar Rollers have 3. I missed something, I guess. Okay. Hormones take the first lead of this game 3-0, but we are off. We have Estrogenocide is already lead jammer for jam number 2, and we have Parks and Wreckage jamming for Bipolar Rollers. Parks and Wreckage out on initial. We have Estrogenocide already out on a scoring pass. That'll be 4 more for Hormones. Bipolar Rollers will hold at 0. Oh, see, yeah. Thank you. So it is wrong, right? Okay, so the teams are backwards on the scoreboard. So it's a correction. Well, no, that's just for Gem 1. Just for Gem 1, they were wrong. I think Gem 1 was wrong. Yeah. So the score is really 3-4. It's 3 for Gem 1. So Bipolar Rollers should have 3 points. And Hormones should have 4. We'll see if that's going to catch up on the scoreboard. Meanwhile, that is Feral Goldilocks jamming for Hormones. And that is Neuralize Her, start in hand, escaping the pack for initial pass. It should be 4-3. 4-3. 4 hormones, bipolar rollers 3 for gem through gem 2. And then not including all the points from right now. We are doing a scoreboard correction. Neuralizer through on that is a scoring pass for Neuralizer. They changed colors, so it is confusing. Okay, so Feral Goldilocks. We're gonna do a quick correction. Hey, come here. No. I smell too. Come here. Sam. Samson Ray. Sam. Okay, we're back. Sorry, after 24 games, things happen. We had a little scoring issue, but we are good to go now. Hi, we're back. I know Samson is cute, but he's laying back down. Hi, Baba. Okay, so we're back. Jam 4, it's 16 to 11 in favor of Hormones. That's going to be Parks and Wreckage in red for the bipolar rollers. In gray, it is Estrogenicide. Estrogenicide at the front of the pack, contending with Hell's Kitten, and does get through around Anus as well. Lead jammer status. That's 3 lead jams in a row for Hormones. It's the chair. I don't know. What do you smell, Baba? Okay. Parks and Rec. Oh, nice little tuck and under escape by Estrogenicide continuing. That is a scoring pass. Parks and Wreckage. Where is Parks and Wreckage? Around the outside? Ooh, getting caught up right at the bottom apex. That sounded like a huge hit. I actually couldn't see it. It was just off camera for me. Oh, it looks like N for you too. No, you could see more than me actually in your camera view. Esther Genocide, second scoring pass. Parks and Wreckage is out on a scoring pass as well. Oh, it looks like Hell's Kitten landed right where she needed to be. Did not knock any chairs because you know that is a penalty. If you affect the penalty the chairs in a violent way, you will pay for that with seconds in that said chair. Anyway, fourth half advantage, Lick Jam advantage still going on for Hormones as we have a second scoring pass for Estrogenocide. Parks and Wreckage, that's a second scoring pass as well, matching those 8 points. We have Estrogenocide cut it at the back of the pack, finding that lovely outside pass for a third scoring pass. Okay, that was a nice 12-point jam. That is the highest scoring jam of this game. So, score now 28. Oh, it's the matching 12 to 24. Oh, that's a 16-point jam. So 28 points scored in the last two jams in favor of Hormones, and they have 32 points. We had a nice 8-point jam for Parks and Rec taking Bipolar Rollers to 19. That is Neuralizer, lead jammer for Bipolar Rollers, Feral Goldilocks, starting the star for Hormones. Ooh, Neuralizer, nice, taking a nice little whip off and through. That was a lovely scoring pass by Neuralizer. Okay, Neuralizer dodging and weaving, trying to get around. Oh, look at that. What? Great blocking. That great defensive offense played by Neuralizer herself as jammer to get herself through that on that last pass. Nice shoulder work and great core strength. Uh-oh. Power jam. Hormones. This is the first power jam of this game in favor of either team. This means it'll also be our first 2-minute jam. We still have 1 minute left on the jam clock. 13 and a half minutes in this game. Feral Goldilocks getting caught up at turn number 1, but let me see if I can see the jam ref. Oh, I think we have Feral Goldilocks trying to get around Carmina Piranha. Carmina doing a great job getting around that offense the first time, then a second bit of swing and a miss by Carmina Piranha, and we have an escape. That was a scoring pass with Feral Goldilocks. I see 4 in the air, matching Neuralizer's 4 points before Neuralizer went to the box, but Neuralizer is out of the box halfway through the pack. Does a little Superman landing on the ground, but is right back up and through. That is a second scoring pass for Neuralizer. That's 8 points. Feral Goldilocks is in a second scoring pass as well, but caught up through to the infield. Meanwhile, Neuralizer, getting caught up at the front, but did manage to score 1 more point on that pass. That's a 9-point gem for Neuralizer, taking Bipolar Rollers to 28 points, 6 points total scored by Feral Goldilocks, taking Hormones to 38. It is now a 10-point game, just over 12 minutes left in the game. Let me look to the feed. Let's see. Where's Brazos Valley? Yes, thank you. It is Bryan, College Station in Texas. Oh, thank you, Amanda. Filling in people, and Samson is precious. Samson is not listening, but he does want a bone. Ooh, go Parks. Yay, they're dope. Just a bump. 30 seconds, power jam. And I love that emoji of the open mouth dinosaur. But that's, yes, Esper Genocide is your lead jammer. And that is Parks and Records jamming for Bipolar Rollers. Bipolar Rollers only managed to get lead jammer status twice out of the 6 jams. All 4 other lead jammer statuses have gone to Hormones. Hormones through on a scoring pass. That is Park and Wreckage out on initial. Oh, maybe not. No, that was a scoring pass also for Parks and Wreckage. 4 points for everyone. Meanwhile, Esther Genocide, that is the second scoring pass. That was a quick slice through the pack. 1 minute on the jam clock. And Estrogenicide is going to go long on this one, trying to spread out that gap a little more. Wow. Beautiful lateral toe stop work on the line, hopping in and around Skater's legs to get through on his third scoring pass. Estrogenicide. Parks and Wreckage hot up in this pack still on that second scoring pass. Just as I say that, escapes and through, getting around. I believe that was Edie Batty doing some blocking for Hormones. Both jammers out, but that was a fourth scoring pass for Estrogenicide. Parks and Wreckage is 2 laps behind. Ooh, oh my goodness. Big tick out to the infield. That was Parks and Wreckage. I did not see who was the offender of that huge hit, but Estrogenicide is taking a huge hit from Carmina Piranha and taking all the way back. Jam is over. I see 8 points total for Bipolar Rollers and Parks and Wreckage. Nice 20-point jam by Estrogenicide, taking Hormones to 62 points. So doubling the score, not really, almost doubling the score of Bipolar Rollers. Just under 10 minutes left in this game. Next up, I see Hell's Kick on the jam line against Feral Goldilocks. Girl Goldilocks comes into this jam with 18 points. This is the first time for Hell's Kitten to jam for this game. Both jammers getting reset and doing a do-over. Almost Hell's Kitten, yes, over the jam line. Hell's Kitten looking for her outside path and gets it. Ooh, one last tap, little hip bump, but your lead jammer, Hell's Kitten of the Bipolar Rollers. Girl Goldilocks still stuck and getting reset to turn 1. Ooh, Hell's doing some shoulder to shoulder contact. I guess that's Edie Batty again. Oh, great way to keep her balance. Hell's doing the windmill to stay upright, then takes a quick knee and is right back up. Nikki Brutal, last line of defense. Hell's Kitten is through, and that's a 4 on the board for Hell's Kitten. Carmina Piranha going to the penalty box for a forearm penalty. That is the Applied Biosciences penalty box, and we'd like to thank Doc Wallace for helping to get this sponsored, also to help set this whole dang thing up. This is the 3rd annual 7-on-7s tournament hosted by Brazos Valley Roller Derby, and it is so fun. It is really a who's who in roller derby, and it's also a who's that of roller derby because you find all these skaters you've never heard of. Guess what? Once you see them here, you know them, and you can't wait to see their future. Anyway, I digress. Hell's Kitten approaching for a third scoring pass. We do have Feral Goldilocks halfway through a second scoring pass, maybe, but that's a 9-point jump for Hell's Kitten, taking Bipolar Rollers to 45. 4 more on the board for Hormones, taking them to 66 points. Just under 8 minutes left in this game, and I see Estrogen on about to approach the line, get ready for the next jam against Parks and Wreckage. I know Angel City Roller Derby had the same 7-on-7s tournament this weekend, and I would love to find out who actually came and played, and I think it's going to be very easy. But anyway, Parks and Wreckage, hitting that back of that pack at that front, that's Estrogenicide. Ooh, just pretty much taking that hit hard right in that strong core and through. Estrogenicide is your lead jammer. Estrogenicide comes into this jam with 40 points, and it's about to be 44 if Estrogenicide can get through the pack. Parks and Wreckage out on initial. Hits the pack at the top apex. They're ready for her. Every single blocker did get a piece of Parks and Wreckage, but Parks and Wreckage is out on a scoring pass. Estrogenicide still caught up on that first scoring pass. Great job by Carmina Piranha doing defense just until that moment. And Estrogenicide hard fought second round, but guess what? Parks and Wreckage is about to match those points if she can get through. No pack is called. They've got to let Parks and Wreckage go. So 4 points for everyone, and we're a minute into this jam. Oh, actually, Parks and Wreckage has 8 points, so is winning this jam. Yeah, okay. And okay, so the Estrogenicide, according to the scoreboard, is the second scoring pass. 8 points for everyone. Parks and Wreckage threw on a third scoring pass. That's 12 points. There's a third scoring pass by Esther Genocide. Matching those 12 points. Parks and Wreckage threw again. That's a fourth scoring pass for Parks and Wreckage. Trying to close that gap, but every time another pass comes, those points are matched by Estro Genocide. It's now a 13-point game at this very moment before the final points are tallied. Estro Genocide looking at the clock. We're going to conclude at the natural conclusion. Jam runs its course of 2 full minutes. It's showing 16 points for everyone. We'll say 82. Oh, Parks and Wreckage 17. One last point on that last second of the jam. 62 to 82. It is now a 20-point game. And we do have a timeout for, I believe, Hormone. 5 minutes on the game clock. And let's see. I'm going to go to the feed. Oh, yeah. I don't see. I'm trying to eavesdrop on La Guera Loca's notes to the scoreboard. You can probably see her on camera. She's new at this, but she's so cute. Okay, so let me see. Next game after this. Oh, I don't know. I don't know if you heard that online, but that's really funny. I don't have a picture of the current schedule, so I can't tell you who's next. But as soon as I do, I will tell you. And this may be the scoreboard is not showing if this is official timeout or a team timeout, and I don't see anyone signaling. So it might just be a little bit of a breather break. Um, I don't know. It's 24 games. We're tired. But looky loo. Every time I say looky loo, you're supposed to take a drink. FYI, of your water, your coffee. Obviously, I need my coffee. But that is how it's against estrogenocide. Oh, maybe that was the review. Estrogenocide is starting the jam from the Applied Biosciences penalty box. So there was a penalty at the end of that last jam. So that was the discussion. Hell's Kitten is your lead jammer. Hells is 2 for 2 lead jammer status and comes into this jam with 9 of those 62 points. Estrogenocide is standing, so about 10 seconds or less left in that penalty from the previous jam. Hell's Kitten almost through. We got Addie Batty right there blocking. I lost her, but Hell's Kitten throwing the scoring pass. Estrogenocide sneaking out of the box and through the pack for an initial pass. 3 minutes on the game clock, 1 minute on the jam clock. Hell's Kitten calls the jam wisely. So Hormones will hold at 82 points. 4 more for Bipolar Rollers, taking them, 5 points, taking them to 67. So it's now a 15-point game. So chopping 5 points into that lead, trying to close that gap. We got 2.5 minutes left on the game clock. So we'll see what happens. Curl Goldilocks back on the line, and that is Parks and Wreckage for Bipolar Rollers. Around the outside, Parks and Wreckage is through already and is your lead jammer. Parks and Wreckage comes into this jam with 33 of those 66 points. So like 49.9% of those points scored by Parks and Wreckage. And there is 4 more to that tally. So that's 37 points and counting for Parks and Wreckage. Feral Goldilocks. Where is Feral? Did she has Scar in hand and stuck in that back of that pack dealing with Anus. Huge, down skater. Oh, thank you. We are back. Skater is up and looks good. Who was that? It was, oh no, it was Parks and Wreckage. So Parks and Wreckage going to the medic booth. Will be out for 3 jumps, so won't be back in the game, but scored 37 of those 71 points. So let's do a shout out and good vibes sent to Parks and Wreckage. Getting ready for jam number 11, 82-71. So the gap is close to 11 points. It was a spread as far as 20 points earlier this game. 127 on the game clock. Neuralizer ready to roll for bipolar rollers against Feral Goldilocks. So we have a power start. There was a penalty I missed. This is I believe, the second jammer penalty in favor of bipolar rollers. This is what they need to close that 11-point gap. But Neuralizer first has to get out on that initial to be able to score any points. Mr. Genocide is in there as pivot. The pack really, really spread out. Feral Goldilocks back on the track. And there it is. Your lead jammer is Neuralizer. 17 points so far for Neuralizer, trying to close that 11-point gap. Meanwhile, Feral Goldilocks is on initial. Ooh, there's 4 more. The gap is close to 7 points. But you know, Esther Genocide is the pivot. Let's see if they use that. But meanwhile, around the outside, oh, and a great catch by Esther Genocide. Second scoring pass by Neuralizer. It is a 3-point game, my friends. Feral out and around. Nice block by Anus to the outside. Oh, what? Okay. Track cut penalty. This is 3 power jams in favor of bipolar rollers within the last 4 jams. This is what they wanted, and that is officially a lead change. We'll see how this goes. Feral was still on initial, so if Feral gets out of that pack, the game clock is expired. Guess what? It's officially over in my mind because that is a 12-point jam. What's the what? How exciting. Bipolar rollers came from a 20-point deficit in this game, came back and won by 3 points. How fun. How much do you love roller derby? Let's hear it for bipolar rollers. And let's shout out Hormones. Hormones had a great weekend this weekend as well. Both at 3 games. Hormones had a couple wins and a loss. And then we had a couple losses and a win, I believe. No, a couple wins and a loss also for bipolar rollers. Don't quote me, but that's it. Officially, 85-82. That is your final. I am Muffin Tumble, and it has been a pleasure calling this game. If you ever get a chance to come see this tournament, work this tournament, or play this tournament, I suggest you do so for real. We're always looking for volunteers. There's something we can get you to do, or just come watch all these wonderful skaters from all over the world. That was so exciting. Anyway, we'll be back soon in about 15 minutes with the next game on the docket. And like I said, I might know who it is. It is going to be Texas United Roller Derby versus the confused and unnamed team. Both these teams are my favorite teams because they're talking about turds and they're also talking about other stuff. The confused and undecided team. Yay. 5 minutes. 5 more minutes. You have time to take a break, fill your beverage, get some coffee, and we'll see you soon. Muffin Tumble out. Hello. Hey, guess who's back? I'm back again. Yes, indeedio. It is Muffin Tumble here to call your next game. Game number 24 of the Texas 7 on 7's roller derby tournament hosted by the fabulous Brazos Valley Roller Derby. We love them. If you're in the chat, please let me know where you're watching from and who you're rooting for. I want to also testing. Can you hear me? So let me tell you who's out there. We have Texas United Roller Derby versus the Confused and Unnamed Team. Both these are the best, funnest acronym teams I've ever seen. I don't know about you, but Confused and Unnamed. Let me see. I'm trying to figure out who's who. Yes, they will be skating in not white. I don't see them yet. They're probably in that beautiful lime green. But skating in white is Texas United Roller Derby TURD from all over Texas. We have 00 Slam Shardy, solid number 2. 2000 is Diarrhea. 247 is Mandatory Ass Kicking. 317 is Turd. 6 is Big Hero Shits. 716 is Ass Quake. 9001 is Hemorrhoids. Skating in is what I imagine is going to be lime green. Will be confused and undecided team, which is currently not even warming up, though we are ready to play. Um, it may still be warm up time. I don't see the confused and unnamed team yet, but they are 070 TBD, 111 Melee Confusion, 112 Catastrophe, 13 Pretty Little Kitty, 187 Small Chance, 21 Where's Cat, 22 Wait Felicia, 32 Oh, 22 for Wait Felicia. 32 is Dazed Mayhem. 7 is Bird Brains. And it looks like I only see one team out there ready to go. I did see some. Go, hang on, hang on. It looks like Bird Brains is the captain, and they're missing people. But it looks like they're going to be in black. But I think we're missing half the team. I see 2. See you next Tuesday skaters. They're. I think they're not going to warm up. That's a Bird Brain. Okay, so there was a confusion with the scheduling. So see you next Tuesday is hopefully going to be here to skate. I now see they're dressing up as fast as they can. I see at least 3 skaters ready to roll in those lovely black and lime green uniforms. So just a little delay of game. If you watched yesterday, you would know that we were a little behind. We had to catch up at the very end of the day. So we'll probably do a shorter intermission if this causes any more of a delay. Again, if you're out there, can you hear me? Tommy, can you hear me? And let's talk about Texas United Roller Derby, TURD. Um, their helmet covers. One has a nice little pile of something in lieu of a star, and the pivot stripe has a little skid mark on it. So it's fun with uniforms. They're slowly rolling in. I see, they are confused and undecided. So they're like, do we want to even play our game? We don't know because we're confused and undecided. And now officials are speaking with Team Turd. Okay, they're getting a little bit warm up. Oh, there's Pretty Little Kitty warming up, number 13, another one of the high scores of this weekend. Um, anyway, she's going to jam a lot. I see 3, 4. I do see 4. You need 5 to play. You can have up to 7. So hopefully some more roll in. Planet Janet, aka Catastrophe, was in the house this morning. I don't know if she misread the schedule, but hopefully we'll see her out there. I know she was here this morning. I already told you who they were. So I guess we're going to take a minute for warm ups, but I'll be right back again. Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Tell me in the chat. Hello, hello, really quick. Okay, so confused and undecided. They were not really confused, nor were they undecided with their game time. There was a misunderstanding with the posted schedule. We're just running a little bit early. So that's awesome compared to yesterday. As you know, we ran a little bit late. So we will be back in, don't go far, but between now and 20 minutes from now, we'll be starting the next game. Thank you. Thank you for your patience and understanding.
All right, all right, all right. Looks like we're about to get started here. I'll be filling in for Muffin until Muffin gets back, which looks like a few minutes as she's walking back over here. You good?
Yeah.
Okay. And here's Muffin.
Oh, did you intro or anything?
No, I just picked him up. They just said, hey, we're going to get it.
Hi, we're back. Okay. So if you were here earlier, we're here for real this time. Ooh, where's my pen?
What you looking for?
Pen. I have another one.
I didn't see a pen. It's on your.
Oh, it might be, yeah, it is. I was like, it's on me, it's on me. Okay, so we had a little delay, but it's going to be TURD versus CUNT. CUNT and Pretty Little Kitty will be the first lead jammer of this game. Solid number 2 is the jammer for TURD. So there was confusion with the schedule online and where we were at in the game, but we're here. We're ready to party. We are almost right on time for you. Pretty Little Kitty out on a scoring pass. We have a star pass from solid number 2 to 716. That is Asquake. I did rosters earlier, but when we were way early, I'll give them to you again now. TURD, which stands for Texas United Roller Derby, will be skating in white. 0-0 Slam Shardy. Solid number 2, Diarrhea 2000. 247 Mandatory Ass Kicking. 317 Turd. 6 Big Hero Shits. 716 Assquake. 9001 Hemorrhoids. In black, confused and undecided team. CUNT. 070 is TBD, 111 Melee Confusion, 112 Catastrophe, 13 Pretty Little Kitty, 187 Small Chance, 21 Worst Cat, 22 What Felicia? Wait Felicia, 32 Days Mayhem, 7 Bird Brains, and Wait Felicia is the jammer of record for CUNT, and Diarrhea is the lead jammer for TURD. We love our acronym derby teams, and we have a fast pack indeed. If you're out there, oh, we do have a T. Let's go TURD. Thank you. Hi, Brandon. Can you hear me? We do have a scoreless jam for CUNT. They will hold at 5 points. And we have 2. TURD is on the scoreboard 2-5 in favor of the confused and undecided team. Just under 18 minutes left in this game. Oh, this is exciting. I believe that's Catastrophe about to jam for the confused and undecided team. Yes, it is. AKA Janet Bennett versus Hemorrhoids. I have not seen Janet jam in a long time. She may have jammed already once this week, but guess who's the lead jammer? It is Catastrophe. We do have a power jam in favor of the confused and undecided team. Hemorrhoids will sit out for up to 30 seconds in. Oh, that was a huge tumble. Uh-oh, we have a down skater. I believe Okay, we're back. She was standing. That was a huge takeout. Everything seems to be rolling over. I'm just gonna go check herself out. When we last saw you, Catastrophe was lead jammer and did get 1 point for that jam. So 6 points for Confused and Decided, 0 on that jam for the Texas United Roller Derby. We're gonna have Pretty Little Kitty on the line for Confused and Undecided, and Hemorrhoids still in the penalty box from that previous penalty, so should be standing up soon. He is, just as I say that, he stands. So 10 seconds left of that penalty from the previous jam. Now our jam continues. Lovely offense from the inside, and Pretty Little Kitty is out, and your lead jammer. Hemorrhoids back on the track, trying to get around Small Chance. Small Chance, oh, gets around Small Chance and Bird Brains, and that's initial pass for Hemorrhoids. Pretty Little Kitty out on a scoring pass, and is going to call it. Not going to run long on this one. That will be a scoreless jam for Texas United. And we have at least 4 more on the board for Confused the name, taking them to 10 points. Sorry, I have a sandwich over here. Yeah, it looks like solid number 2 getting ready to jam for Texas United. And it will be Wait Felicia jamming for Confused and Undecided. Wait Felicia, the second time jamming for this game, is your lead jammer. That's 80% lead jammer status in favor of the Confused and Undecided team. But solid number 2 is out on initial. There is a jammer race to that very fast pack. We have 1 full rotation. Jammers waiting to catch, hopefully just be on the jam line. Oh, nice. Nice hit on Smalls. Quick call off. A little bit of discussion at the end of that jam, but it looks like we have 2 on the board for solid number 2, taking their team to 4 points. And we're waiting. Oh, wait, Felicia did not score anything on that pass. So Texas United won that jam, even though they were not have lead jammer status. So winning that jam 2-0, 6 points separating these two teams. Just under 15 minutes left in this game. Looks like we're gonna have Diarrhea on the line for TURD. And Pretty Little Kitty jamming for see you next Tuesday. Pretty Little Kitty is your lead jammer. Hi, Brandon from Pearland. Good to see you. Thank you for shouting out. Go Pearland. How far is Pearland from here? That's like a suburb of Houston, right? Okay, Pretty Little Kitty. That is the first 4 points of this jam. So that was some work being played by Texas United. We have we do have Star in Hand by Diarrhea. I think no, it in the Pippett's hand. That is Earthquake. Aspect still caught up in the back of the pack. Meanwhile, oof, that is a second scoring pass for Pretty Little Kitty. Earthquake now has Star on hat, but still stuck on that initial. There's another scoring pass for Pretty Little Kitty. This will be the first double digit jam of this game. 12 points and counting. 43 seconds still left in the jam. Up to that many. May I correct myself? Pretty Little Kitty getting caught up right at the top. Next, I see Diarrhea up in that pack. Nice assist from number 31, whose number is not on my roster. Anyway, Pretty Little Kitty through. Another reset. Attempting a 4th scoring pass. Is that 5th scoring pass? And 20 points for Pretty Little Kitty. Definitely the highest scoring jam of this game, and the jam takes its natural conclusion. It is our first 2-minute jam. And Texas United holds at 4 points. That was scoreless. And at least 16 on that jam. I believe there were more. Let's 16 points for Pretty Little Kitty, taking the confusing undecided team to 26 points. We have a 22-point game, 12 minutes left on the game clock. Wow, that was so quick. Wait, Felicia is already your lead jammer. That is solid number 2, dotting a star for Texas United. Wait, Felicia is already out and around and through the pack of 4 points. Wait, Felicia, these are the first points scored by Wait Felicia in this game. Solid number 2. Woo! Nice. 8. It's long jump. That was long, beautiful jump landed successfully achieved. But then getting knocked out and resetting to the back is one of the blockers for Texas. No, for see you next Tuesday. But there it is. There's that hard part. Hard fought. Third scoring back for Wait Felicia. And it is a, forgive me for missing, power jam. Solid number 2 will sit out for at least 15 more seconds as long as Wait Felicia can stay on the track and play fairly because it's in the power jam favor of the undecided team. There is another scoring pass for Wait Felicia that makes 20 points on this jam. 36 points so far in the last 2 jams scored by undecided. Power jam over. Solid number 2 back on the track. Another quick slice. This is huge. 24 points so far this jam. High scoring jam of this game. Definitely not of the tournament. I've seen a 26-point jam, but it might be the highest scoring jam of the day, of day 2. Now we're talking 28 points. That is the highest scoring jam of this tournament. 28 points. Wait, Felicia. And through. Wow. What? 32 points. What? Nice. Huge jam. Texas United will hold at 4 points, but we show 32 huge points on the scoreboard, taking Instead decided to 58 points. That is definitely the hugest, biggest scoring jam of this weekend. Just under 10 minutes left in this game, halfway through this game. Oh, it's crazy, but we do have a timeout. Team timeout turn, which, yes, after a score like that, the best time to really take a break, take a little breather. You have one per game, you might as well take it, right? So let me try and tell you their history of the weekends. Um, Texas United beat Wasted Potential 61-46 yesterday. Confusing Decided beat Bipolar Rollers 103-20 yesterday. Texas United beat Dumpster Fire 90-28 also yesterday. And this is the first time for each of these teams to play today. So they had a bunch of fun. Actually got to play 3 games this weekend, which is also fun. It was a double elimination game for everyone here. And it looks like we're getting ready for gym number 8, 8.5 minutes on the game clock. We're going to have Diarrhea in white for Texas United. And I imagine Pretty Little Kitty, yes, indeed, lucky number 13, Pretty Little Kitty jamming in black for Confusing and Decided. Pretty Little Kitty out at the front. I see track on someone, but lead jammer is Pretty Little Kitty. 7 of 8 lead jammer status is going towards the Confused and Undecided. Diarrhea still stuck on that initial pass. Mandatory Aspect and doing some great blocking, and they are saying Power Jam, Pretty Little Kitty, making sure it was Pretty Little Kitty that committed that trap penalty, and it was Power Jam. Texas United, this is the second 2-minute jam. It is the first Power Jam in favor of Undecided, and we still have over a minute left in this jam. 7:20 left on the game clock. Diarrhea also still stuck on that initial path. Contending with Catastrophe at the back. Gets around Catastrophe and now caught up behind it. Melee Confusion, Catastrophe, and Small Chance all up there doing great defense for Confused and Undecided. Catastrophe again with the knock out of bounds. Pretty Little Kitty also getting reset and started over out of the box. And this will be a scoring pass as Confused and Undecided did have lead jam instead of for losing it. So that's 4 points on the jam for Pretty Little Kitty. Pretty Little Kitty coming into this jam with 20 of those 62 points. 24. Make that 24 or 60 points. So a third, more than a third of those points scored by Pretty Little Kitty. And there's 4 more to that tally. We do have a star pass. That's going to be mandatory ass kicking. This is the third star pass attempt by Texas United, but that will also be another scoreless jam. They will hold at 4 points. We have 8 points total scored by Pretty Little Kitty, taking Confused and Undecided to 66 points. So high score of this game is going to be Wait Felicia with that huge 32-point jam. But those are the only points that jam were the only points going towards. But half those points, almost half scored by Wait Felicia in that one jam. We have solid number 2 back on the line for Texas United. Again, speaking of Wait Felicia, who is your lead jammer? Solid number 2. I don't know. Initial hit the pack. Ooh, but prevented any points as a jam was wisely called off. So forcing that call off is solid number 2. I saw 3 points from that last jam go on the board. So let's change that. That was 7 from the previous jam, 0 from this jam. 7 points total for Texas United. And quick 2 on the board by Wait Felicia, making it 68-7. 5 minutes on the game clock. Hemorrhoids back on the line against Pretty Little Kitty. Pretty Little Kitty, ooh, getting tapped to the infield. That was a nice block by Asquay. Hemorrhoids physically pushing that pod straight up, but then getting the suck back into the pad. And out front and your lead jammer, Pretty Little Kitty. Someone's yelling, take it off, take it off. And I believe they're talking about the helmet cover with a lovely little turd on it. But no, just when you think you're out, Catastrophe comes to meet you at the front of the pack to lock you back in. That is also Bird Brains doing great defense for the Confused Undecided, along with Melee Confusion. Oh, look at, wow, beautiful, wide open path. Great. Defensively playing is the Confused Undecided. Then open the gate beautifully for a lovely offensive path. Laid out for Pretty Little Kitty, towards the pack for a second scoring pass, right here in front of us at turn number 3. Catastrophe trying to do a little draft me through the pack, my dear, and does. There it is. Another scoring pass for Pretty Little Kitty. Mandatory ask and still stuck on that initial pass. And then taking a little knee at turn 4, right back up. Pretty Little Kitty swiveling through that pack and spinning, taken out of bounds and back on the track. But that is, I believe, Big Hero Ships doing some great blocking. There it is. That is the initial pass. We're 90 seconds into this jam, and the jam is called. 90 seconds of work and at least 12 points for Pretty Little Kitty. Wow. 80 total points for See You Next Tuesday. And that means 12, let's see, 40 points, 40 of those 80 points, exactly 50% of those points scored by Pretty Little Kitty. Next up, jam number 11, 3 minutes on the game clock. We're going to have Wait Felicia jamming for the Confused and Undecided team. And that is solid number 2, jamming for the Texas United Rollers Derby. Lead jammer status is Wait Felicia is your lead jammer. Solid number 2, still struggling through it. Managed to get around a blocker as soon as they regroup. There it is, outside escape, full initial pass for solid number 2. Wait, Felicia racing to the pack, but solid number 2 doing a great job of blocking Wait Felicia from hitting the pack first. So Wait Felicia looked at the bench. Should I call it? They said yes. Yes, I'm going to call it. Gem called. I believe that is our first scoreless. Oh no, look at that. 2 points by solid number 2, taking them to 9 total. Scoreless Gem for confused and undecided. They will hold at 80 points. Pretty Little Kitty back again on the line against Diarrhea. Minute 43 on the game clock. Hi, Samson. Samson's so cute. He's a good boy. Look, I don't know if you can see him on camera. You can't. He's just out of your reach. But he's precious. That's Speedo's baby. Lee Jefferson is still up for grabs. Diarrhea getting reset to the back. There it is. Lee Jefferson is 2. Pretty Little Kitty. Pretty Little Kitty. Going to reach the pack for that first scoring pass if it will slow down. There it is. 44 total points scored by Pretty Little Kitty. 4 on that jam. Oh, I think there was 4 points I missed on the previous jam. So that's good because I thought she had scored. Anyway, I don't know. 88 to 10. There was 1 point scored on that last jam. So 10 to 88. We're going to have Hemorrhoids on the line against Wait Felicia. Yes. Wait Felicia is already early jammer. Wait Felicia comes in with a jam with 36 points. 16 seconds on the game clock. Minute 46 on the jam clock. Hemorrhoids out on initial. Wait Felicia looking at that. They're going to call it. With 7 seconds on the game clock, it is tick-tocking away. Scoreless jam for Trans Rollers United. 4 on the board for Confused and Undecided, taking them to 92 points. It says intermission. Let's wait till this is final. Yep, final score. It's official. Confused and Undecided takes the win over Texas United Roller Derby at 10 to 92. Very exciting. So I hope you enjoyed that. It was fun. My name is Muffin Tumble. I love you. I love roller derby. Thanks for listening. Next game is coming up in about 15 minutes ish. So don't go far. Thank you so much.
All right. We're about to get back to the action with BSRD and Moxley in the No Rhythms. And on the lineup for BSRD, we have 101 Tree, 12 Razor, 20 Kevinator, 2121 Dangles, 34 Grimace, 808 Steve Sweat, 823 Harmstrong, and yep, Harmstrong, 88 Eliminator. Moxie in the No Rhythms, we have 1337 Largo, 35 Sharknado, 4842 GG Shin Pressure, 5011 Moxie Balboa, 718 Violet Protest, 8008 Mr. G89 Aractus, 9512 Russian Curves. And that's going to bring us to about 20 seconds until we start. This should be a very fun game here.
Not little no rhythms.
How's that sandwich over there, Johnny?
Awesome. Turkey and Swiss.
Turkey and
Mama
Swiss.
Duck's homemade sourdough bread.
Oh, it was delicious for those at home. Mama Duck made some sourdough bread, and it was delicious. All right, I think we're getting NSO situated, and then we'll be on our way. It's like we got Sharknado up for the No Rhythms. Let's see who it is right now for BSRD. Looks like Razor for BSRD and Sharknado on the jam line. Going into jam number 1. And that whistle means we have officially started this game. Razor working that outside line, does get out and get that lead jammer status. Sharknado right on Razor's heels. It's going to be a race back to the pack. Quick call off by Razor. Grabbed 1 point there and kept Sharknado from being able to get any points. That was a high-paced first jam right there. Got some shout outs for Dangle Sauce from Caustic. It's like Largo and Kevinator up on the jam line now. Kevinator working at the front of that pack. Not a lot of room to go. Tries that outside line. Does find it. Kevinator does get the lead jammer status. And then that's a star pass to, let's see who it is. Can't see numbers right now. But that's a Rackus star pass for the No Rhythms to force that call off. 4 points for Kevinator.
Dangle on the jam line.
Got Dangle on the jam line. Dangle doing a little bit of, or no, that's it. 3-4. Grimace doing a little bit of defense back there on the jammer. Dangle working up the front of that pack against that Locktopus up front. Good recycle back from Sharknado. Both jammers having a hard time getting through the pack. The Bengals gets that lead jammer status coming around in the scoring path, trying to catch the breath. Little juke up front in that apex between turn 1 and 2 from Bengals, but gets through fairly quickly this pack to get 4 points. Well, that's a star pass to Sharknado. Sharknado still having issues at the back of the pack trying to get through. Shark does find that inside line, completing that initial pass, coming around for a scoring pass now. Bengals does get 4 points there. Staring down Shark. Does call it off. Not before Bengals can put 12 points up on the board. So we're at 17 BFRD and Needle for no ribbons. Looks like we're going to have Razor and Mr. G on the jam line. Razor for the War Dogs and Mr. G for no rhythms. Both jammers get stuck a little bit on that outside line, trying to work their way through up towards the front of the pack. Razor does get out right after turn 1, gets lead jammer status. Razor around with 4 points there. It looks like a star pass for no rhythms to Rackets. And that's going to be a power jam in favor of no rhythms as Razor gets called for a forearm and has to go to the penalty box. So Rackets is out on that initial pass, coming around on the scoring pass now. Rack is looking for that inside line towards that apex. Wasn't able to find it. A little juke there on Grimace and gets on the inside line with some help from Sharknado. Lots of offensive help there. A little bit of friendly fire from Mr. G as Arrakis was trying to get around and get some points. Razor made quick work of that pack on that inside line, grabbing 4 points directly from the penalty box. Dart chasing down Razor, but wasn't able to knock Razor out on turn 2. Okay, and that was 16 points for the War Dogs on jam number 4 and 4 points for No Rhythms. It's the first points of the game for No Rhythms. Words are hard.
Finally got some rhythm.
They finally got some rhythm. Oh, 8 points.
They made it. Brought to you by Doc and Wolverine.
We got some track maintenance brought to you by Doc Lawless and Wolverine. Finest track maintenance team there and tournament heads ever.
Let's go rough and put tape down on the track.
Just because you're a tournament head doesn't mean that you can't do track maintenance. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Except for Pepper. Pepper's not putting tape down. And we got Largo for No Rhythms and Kevinator for War Dogs. Kevinator was doing really well yesterday. Let's see if Kevinator can come through and does get lead jammer status now. Trying to get into the rhythm there. Kevinator uses the shirt of Grimace to whip around and go to that outside line and grab 4 more points. Largo still stuck in the back of the pack, working against that tripod, trying to get that star pass off. Wasn't able to. Star pass is successful to Arrakis for No Rhythms. Arrakis take off and got that initial pass completed. Kevinator back around with 4 points. Does call it off before Arrakis can get any points. That'll be 12 more points for the War Dogs and 0 for No Rhythms. Looks like we got Dangle up on the line. I don't have 707 for No Rhythms on my roster sheet, but No Rhythms do have league jam status and coming through with a couple of points there. Spanky for 707 with No Rhythms. Putting 7 points up on the board, does call it before War Dogs are able to get back around and get some points there. Sorry for that delay. Didn't have that name there on the roster. Looks like we're going to have Arrakis with a power start. I didn't realize that Dangles was assessed a penalty at the last of that jam. So let's see if Arrakis can take advantage of about the 10 seconds that was provided to have a power start. Arrakis working on that one-on-one up front. Now a tripod forms around up at the front of the pack around Arrakis. Dangles is awarded that lead jammer status. Arrakis on Dangles' heels out of the pack. Dangles does go ahead and call it off. And that'll be a scoreless jam, number 7. You still that one? Okay. It looks like we're going to have Razor on the jam line with Largo. Razor does get out fairly quickly, getting that lead jammer status, coming back around on the scoring path now. Largo looking for that inside line, nothing there. Razor does get through the pack, grabbing 4 points, coming back around on a second scoring path. There was a star pass to Spanky, but Spanky has assessed the penalty, and that's going to be a power jam in favor of the War Dogs. Not exactly what No Rhythms needed right now. Razor cutting through that 2-wall up front. Razor with the 2-on-1 does go to the inside, grabs 4 more points there. Spanky is back in for no rhythms from the penalty box. Spanky's trying that outside line, but there wasn't much room there. Razor just letting that jam to come to its natural conclusion after grabbing 4 more points. That is the highest scoring jam of this game with 28 points. And I believe for the day would have been tied for the highest scoring jam yesterday, but I believe there was a 36-point jam, 32 or 36-point jam yesterday. Sharknado and Kevinator are your jammers for jam number 9. Kevinator does get out on that inside line, not so gracefully, but does get out and gets blue jammer status. And that's going to be a power jam in favor of War Dogs as Sharknado was sent to the penalty box. Kevinator does make it through after being recycled back, grabbing 4 points. Kevinator working against that tripod up front. Does find the outside. Sharknado's back on the track after taking some time for a penalty. Sharknado does get through on the initial pass, coming around now for a scoring pass. Kevinator does call it off before Sharknado is able to get any points on that scoring pass. With those 12 points for the War Dogs, that's going to take them up to 85 and 0 for the No Rhythms, keeping them at 15 points. You got Spanky in for the No Rhythms and Bengal for the War Dogs. Shark recycles Bengals back. And Dangles comes back and powers through that tripod up front, grabbing that lead jammer status. Spanky finds that inside line and squeezes through to complete the initial pass. And Dangles does call it off, thanking the skating official. Looks like we'll have Mr. G and Razor on the jam line. Mr. G for No Rhythms and Razor for the War Dogs. And there's a lot of action and a lot of speed going into turn number 2. But Mr. G comes out on top as that lead jammer. And that's going to be a power jam as Razor gets assessed with the penalty. Wasn't quite sure what the penalty was, didn't see the call. But that's going to be a power jam in favor of Rhythms. Mr. G looking for that inside line, but Bengals says no. Yep, that was Bengals. Good fall off there to start with a power start after grabbing 2 points. Razor still sitting down in the penalty box. That'll give No Rhythm some time to work with at the beginning of jam number 12. And it looks like they're going to bring out Arrakis for Grand Number 12 for this power start. Good defense so far for the War Dogs. Up one of that pack. But Daniel does get called. Yeah, that was, nope, Armstrong gets called on a multiplayer. Arrakis does come through and gets the initial pass, coming around on a scoring pass, just as Razor comes back from the penalty box. Razor does come through and completes the initial pass as Arrakis is able to get through for 4 points. Razor is also through for 4 points. Arrakis says call it off before Razor is able to get back to the pack and grab some points. No, no, was not able to call it off. All right. Well, Razor was able to steal 3 points there on that jam and capitalize on that late call off. You got Mr. G and Kevinator on the jam line. Mr. G again able to come through and grab that lead jammer status. Kevinator is running down Mr. G. Mr. G does call it off after grabbing 1 point there. And Kevinator was not able to grab any points. And it looks like we will have Dangle and Mr. G again on the jam line. And Mr. G gets called on a track cut. And that's going to be a power jam in favor of the War Dogs. And that'll bring us to the end of the game with War Dogs at 96 and No Rhythms at 24. Didn't seem like it was that long. It was 20 minutes, but tell you, with all the action going on, it goes by pretty quick. Thank all of y'all for tuning in. And we'll see you on the next one. All right, all right, all right. We're back. This is going to be Team Juan 100 and Team Badass. And for Juan 100, we have 2-1, Cranky 8-1, The Grim Juan 9-5, Juan of Juan 5, Hit the Juan 3-1-3, Juan Sola 1-2, Juan in a Million 2-2, No Juan Can Stop Me Now. And I think a substitution was for 9-2, Juan in the Stink. And for the blue team, Team Badass, that is 0-4 Booty Vicious, 2-5 Venus Thigh Trap, 4-2 Ripper, 6-9 The Dude, 7-3 Lynn, 9-0 Lilith, and 9-9-9 Nancy. And with that, we are about 20 seconds away from Derby. This should also be a very good game.
Thank you.
And on the jam line, we have the Dude and Juan in a Million. Juan in a Million yesterday had the highest scoring jam with, I believe it was 36 points. Let's see if Juan in a Million can come back and repeat yesterday's performance. The jammers stuck on that jam line for a second. And then the action breaks loose as the Dude gets out as the lead jammer with Juan in a Million racing back to the pack. And a beautiful apex jump for Juan in a Million to get 3 points on that jam. Wow. Beautiful hustle and apex jump there to steal those 3 points before the Dude could call it off. Nope, wait. Nope, nope, nope. Those points were just redacted. Never mind. Would have been beautiful. 3 points. 3 fingers were up, but then they took them away. He was in the air whenever it got called off, so those points were not valid. And we have hit by one, and Lilith jamming. Lilith stuck at that jam line, not able to complete that initial pass just yet, but hit by one, or hit like one, able to come around and get 4 points there. Hit like one, able to get around, make the way through the pack, and grab 4 more points. Lilith still trying to complete that initial pass, working on that 2-wall at the back of the pack, not getting a lot of forgiveness there. Hit like one, needing a little bit of resistance there in between turn number 1 and 2, but able to grab those 4 points. Nine five, Juan of Juan getting called on a directional, going to the penalty box. So Team Juan will be down 1 blocker. And hit like one with the jukes at the front on that 1v1 does get around and grab the next 4 points to extend that to 20 points on that jam. The only 20 points that were on the board are hit like one. We got Juan in a Million and the Dude on the jam line now. Both the dude and 1 in a million getting real low for the starting whistle. I think they were trying to see who could get lower. 1 in a million getting out fairly quickly, grabbing that lead jammer status, coming back around. The dude was getting recycled back and came in and does get called on a track cut for coming in before. That would be a power jam in favor for 1 in a million. Good offensive help there by the Wands to allow 1 in a million to just cruise around. The dude is back from the penalty box, concluding the initial pass. 1 in a million just skating around, collecting points. And one in the street gets called for a directional call. The Grim One working on that one-on-one up front does knock out the dude. Oh, I didn't realize 1 in a million was in the penalty box, so that was a power jam at the end of that jam for Team Badass. And that will be a power start for Team Badass. And jammer on the jam line will be Lilith. And we have a timeout from Team Badass. We'd like to take this time to thank all of our SOs, NSOs, volunteers, announcers, medics, everybody that has came together and traveled from near and far to put on this tournament. It's been an absolute blast for the weekend thus far, and it continues to prove to be so. So thank each and every one of you for participating, all the skaters for coming out and making this happen. Without each and every one of you, we wouldn't be here and enjoying a great weekend of Derby. Lilith working on that outside against that tripod, meeting a lot of resistance from the Grim Wand. Hard hit in the Grim Wand and a recycle back. And we have a skater down. So we'll transition out and come back in field. All right, let's give a round of applause for Ripper, able to get up on their own power. Um, Big hit there. Going to go over to the medics, get checked out as a protocol. And it looks like we have the dude and Razor up on the jam line. Or nope, hit like one. Going into jam number 5 with just over 10 minutes left on the game clock. Both jammers pushing at the back of that pack, looking for the holes. The dude is able to find that inside line, and hit like Juan is right on the dude's tail. And it's a race back to the pack, and the dude was not able to get there before having to call it off. Good hustle by Hit Like Juan. That'll be a scoreless jam. And we will have Lilith for Team Badass and 1 in a million for Team 100. 1 in a million looks like going up the middle, going to the outside. A little bit of a hop and a skip and gets out on that outside line. Lilith still working at the back of that pack, trying to get through. Juan dips to the outside, does get knocked out and recycled back. Not nearly as far back as Lilith got recycled back. And 1 in a million grabs 4 points as Lynn for Team Badass gets called on a multiplayer and has to go to the penalty box. One in a million, just coasting around, collecting those points. Wow, huge apex jump by 1 in a million, coming into and out of turn 1. Started at the entry of turn 1 and ended in the middle of that apex. One in a million through for another 4 points there. Willis still working hard. And then 1 in a million gets called on a penalty for a low block there. I think that's what the signal was. Or leg block. So that will be a power start for Team Badass going on to jam number 7. And Team Badass sends out the dude. And now we have an official's timeout as they discuss possibly call at the end of jam number 6. Yeah. So we're back to the action with the dude, and the dude does get lead jammer status with his power start. And it looks like we will have Pit Like Juan and Lillard on the jam line. Lillard getting the cycle back. Beautiful skate and footwork there by Pit Like Juan on the inside line. Spins around on one skate and backward skating to get through. Lillard's still working at the back of that pack. Pit Like Juan, let's get down to get 4 more points. Pit Like Juan back through. Lillard still trying to get through the pack at the back of that pack there. That's a directional call on another Juan. This Lilith does get through and complete the initial pass now. Pit Like Juan is getting recycled back and calls it off after grabbing 20 more points. Sorry, I spoiled. There's a lot of penalties being called. And there's only one Juan on the track right now. Starting off with Jam, the dude does get through fairly easy. With the Grim Juan coming around to complete that initial pass. The dude against only one Juan went to the box. The other one We had a little collision there at the end of that jam, but both skaters are okay. Thank you for all our protective gear and helmets. A little helmet on helmet contact right there at the end. So we will have the dude and Hit Like One facing off as jammers going into jam number 10. I stand corrected. The Grim One will come in as the jammer. Like they switched out in the penalty box. So the Wands will have one Juan out there on the track again. 1-1. The Grim One working on a little bit of defense as there is only one other Juan on the track. Now we have a couple more Wands. The Grim One working on that inside line does get out and complete that initial pass. The dude coming back trying to get a couple of points here. Does a juke to the outside, goes to the inside. That two wall of the Wands that came back from the penalty box is doing a number on the dude. And 3-1-3, Juan Sola gets called on a multiplayer going back to the penalty box. And the Wands will start with a pivot in the box. And the Wands 100 have 100 points. So that'll be Lilith and Hit Like One as our jammer going into jam number 11. Hit Like One working on that outside, does find it going into the inside of that apex between turn 1 and 2. Able to complete that initial pass, coming around for some points here. Lilith working against the Grim One does get by the Grim One. Lilith working against that two wall up front of the Wands. And that'll be no one can stop me now. Well, the official said you get a penalty, so you are stopped and go to the penalty box. Hit Like One gets recycled back on the inside. Does find that outside lane. Grabs one more point. 3-1-3, Juan Sola gets called on a multiplayer, goes back to the penalty box. Penalty box is getting a lot of action on this game. That's for sure. Hit Like Juan with some beautiful toe stop work, agility, and balance. Stays in bounds going into turn 3 and then 4 on the inside. Lilith coming back around to grab a couple more points as the game clock expires and only a few seconds left on the jam clock. "24 points for Hit Like Juan on that final jam to bring the total to 124 for the Juan 100s and 22 for Team Badass. Awesome, awesome, awesome. And that'll bring us to our next game. We'll have a little bit of an intermission here, and we'll see you back in just a few minutes.
All right. This is Squirrel Home coming to you for our game 27 here we have on our 7-7 tournament with Brazos Valley Roller Derby organization. So with this, we're going to go ahead and have USK against Crowbars. So on USK, we're going to have Bruiser League. We also have, I don't believe Slayplex might be too easy, but it's no. We also have Aquadan, Badger, Colonel Angus, Blue No Logitech, and Twinkle Beef. Coming in for our Fubar Crowbars, we have Molly, Ring Your Neck, Pepper, Spray Your Face, Abysmal, Dr. Feelgood, Rick Floyd, and Freaky coming to you on the rink. So, in just a few more moments, we're finishing up that class competing and getting everything set up. We're going to have this game underway in just a few moments.
Controller only my score option gives for answer.
And we are 52 seconds away from our first jam here. Again, tournament's almost coming to an end. We're finishing up almost our second bracket of 4 that we have today. Make sure you check out our website, the Brazos Valley Roller Derby, to check out the tournament link to see where our teams are lining up and where they are landing at in our tournament we have going on this weekend. Johnny Pepper giving some audience some love right there. Purple jacket to go with them purple velvet pants that they on. So with that rolling whistle, that means we're about to have some roller derby starting here. So again, if you're in the chat watching in, thank you so much for taking time out today to tune in and see what's happening here in Bryan, Texas. So it looks like Bruiser Lee is going to be our jammer first for USGA. And Dr. Feelgood is going to come out for our Fubar Crowbar. I was watching Dr. Feelgood for the first time yesterday. Very smart derby player. Really great to watch in person. If you haven't, you definitely want to check that out. Right now, Bruiser Lee is making the advantage and does come out of the pack on turn number 1 as the lead jammer for the first jam. Dr. Feelgood's not very far behind as the pack speeds up to the second straightaway. Bruiser Lee definitely communicating with his pack, giving him a heads up of what he's looking for. And he finds a little bit of it as he's able to get maybe a point or actually 2 there and call it off before Dr. Feelgood got into the mix. So that wraps up our first jam here. Who knows how many more to go? We do have a 20-minute game. And looks like Bruiser Lee and Dr. Feelgood, they're just going to stay on the jam line. Not unheard of, as Dr. Feelgood, I think, stayed out for the majority of the last game that he was on. Dr. Feelgood and Bruiser Lee both take an outside route. Bruiser Lee making the advantage almost past the pivot line as the attack turns into turn number 1. Dr. Feelgood takes only just a few moments in an inside lean to the inside lane and take immediately the lead there. It's going to be their first lead for the Fubar Crowbar. Red team definitely going to try to get in front of the pack right now as Dr. Feelgood gets ready to start collecting some points. Beautiful bean dip to the inside. Very well shown gestures there to call it off, letting those referees know that it is time. They want to go and end that jam. So with that end, and Dr. Feelgood takes the lead there with just one jam. 4-2 is the score. All right, up next, it looks like we're going to change it out. We're going to get Aquadan coming to the jam line with Dr. Feelgood. That wall right there with Twinkle Beef and Colonel Angus looking very hard to get around as Dr. Feelgood's going to try to push right down the middle. Aquadan takes more of a scenic route to the outside lane, making the lead status pretty immediate before getting past the pivot line. Dr. Feelgood does make that initial pass coming out before turn number 1. And Aquadan tries to make the leap there, and in doing so was able to complete 1 point on that turn. And that jam was called off before Dr. Feelgood can get into the mix. Next up, it looks like we're going to keep Aquadan on that jam line with Dr. Feelgood. Dr. Feelgood immediately trying to choke him right there on the jam line. Gonna get into the mix, is on the ground right now. Meanwhile, Aquadan is in full water as come to turn number 1 with lead status. Dr. Feelgood with a beautiful, very secretive star pass handed off, and Abysmal is now our jammer for our Fubar Crowbar. Dr. Feelgood getting in the mix there, getting Aquadan off the rink. And it's going to be Abysmal taking just stay on the inside lane when they're getting in the tangle mix with Colonel. Aquadan able to come out of the pack with 4 points, and the initial being made there by Abysmal. We'll see how many Aquadan's going to take before he calls it off potentially. And we are going to see an earning of 3 there. So 3 points earned by that final whistle. Total of 7 that we had for that particular round for USK. 4 for Fubar's Crowbars. New score right now with that lead. USK now in the lead. So 10-8 is our score. And Jasper Fieldgood's going to return back to that jam line along with Bruiser Lee. We do have all players on the track, both jammers to the outside. Bruce Lee mildly turning Dr. Feelgood outside of the track. Dr. Feelgood getting in there again between Sprinkle Beach and Colonel Angus. Not a really good place to be. Meanwhile, Bruiser Lee comes out of the pack with a big old smile and an initial or lead battle. Dr. Feelgood getting a little tied up there with number 8. That's Blue. And they're going to come out with the initial pass for the Crowbars. Bruiser Lee coming up to turn number 3, looking for an out-of-play call to the referees, and does receive it there as both cameras come out of the pack. 4 points are going to be earned there by both teams. And we're going to go and continue. As you see, pack right now is moved to turn number 3. So Colonel Angus holding up the wall this time. Oh, look at that. Number 16 taking a good old hit. Molly, ring your neck. Felt the impact for Dr. Feelgood. It looks like he's writing prescription for everyone on the track right now. And the jam will be called off, not before both of them matching each other's energy, getting an 8-8 score. So that brings the new total up to 18-16. And this game's going to kind of fall in line with what we're hoping to see today, which is really more of a leveling out of the skill levels for teams. So these are going to be a lot closer, nail-biting games that we have. And Dr. Feelgood and Bruce Lee are really going to be probably the jammers here that we see do a lot of that action here. So with 14:20 still on the clock, we both have the same jammers lining up, and we'll see where it goes. Dr. Feelgood really finding an opening there, pushes through, and he does claim lead jam status on that attempt. Bruiser Lee is on the heels, as you see, quite literally. And the pack is going to start speeding up. So Blue's going to try to get in front of Red and hope that Dr. Feelgood can at least get into the pack with that lead status. If he doesn't feel like the effort. And Dr. Feelgood is in territory right now to begin earning some points. Stumble's going to be made. Everyone recovers and 4 points were called. 4 points there earned by USK. And the jam was called off. Three points were earned by Dr. Feelgood there on that last little whistle. So neutral right now is going to be 22-19. We're going to do an official timeout. All right, with the whistle, we got Aqua Dan and Dr. Feelgood coming off the jam line this time. Pack is spreading pretty quickly as they're coming into turn number 1. Aqua Dan leads the pack, though, with lead status. Dr. Feelgood right behind him. Pack again, trying to figure out if they want to stop or speed up as the jammers get ready to engage. Red trying to get in front of Blue. Great strategy, really breaking up that wall. They can't figure out where the jammer's at. And for that reason, Aqua Dan was able to end the confusion, grab 4 points, and call it off. Meanwhile, Dr. Feelgood saw what was happening, ran in there, grabbed 2 points before the whistle was blown, bringing it again. A real close game, 26-21. USK holding onto that lead with 12 minutes and 2 seconds to go. Aqua Dan returns to the jam line with Dr. Feelgood. Aqua Dan going to the outside, kind of pushing that pack down the middle. Meanwhile, Dr. Feelgood breaks through quickly. Again, that same wall that's shown really a competition for this game. He found a way to get through there pretty quickly, grabbing that lead status. Meanwhile, Aqua Dan took a nice blow there to the inside right before coming in the second straightaway. That did force him to recycle. And now he's in the opportunity box. So Dr. Feelgood's going to play a power jam And it's going to be pushed to the inside and recycled back. Great job there by 480. Freaky making sure he got a holding that blocker back from running him too far. And as a result, was able to go ahead and get Dr. Feelgood back on the track and made 4 points counted for pretty quick there. Dr. Feelgood again coming around to the outside, trying to get around Badger, and is able to do a pass through between him and Blue and grab 4 more points for three rock footballers. Aquadan coming out of that penalty like watch ready as the pack speeds up to turn number 4. With an attempt, it's going to go to the outside. Strategically going back down in the middle. It's going to get around. Freaky was trying to stop it. There was no stop there. Tough penalty. We head back to the box. Dr. Feelgood is feeling really good right now with the 6-hour jam during this jam. And I don't know, I doubt you could have seen that from that distance, but that was a move that I've seen in football. That was pretty awesome. He is what I would call shook him real good. Even did a little in his dance. Great, great, great. Really emphasizing the feel good part of his game right there. I think he's playing around and running people over through the track. So forearm will be called. And Dr. Feelgood will go ahead and end that game, giving them a power start that they probably will take advantage of because that was a 15-point earning right there. As Aquadan again served 2 penalties during that jam. Not a good thing. That's a minute of time right there legal. So now 7-26, it's significant lead here for Pro Bowls. First time in this game that they've had this kind of significant lead. Freaky's going to come to the jam line after we do this quick timeout. Audience here having a great time watching Coriolis. There's just nothing to talk. Well, there is something to talk about. My chat's just being extremely quiet, and they're not letting me know what it is they want to talk about. It is what it is. I get it. You just want to watch roller derby, and I'm just going to tell you what we're watching. And right now, I'm watching Freaky sit there patiently, waiting to see about this power start the Fubar Crowbars definitely have and want to make use of. Again, as a reminder, with these 7-on-7 tournaments, even with all these timeouts, the clock does not stop. So we're under 8.5 minutes still remaining in this game. A lot more roller derby to come to you. And just like that, we are back to some beautiful roller derby. And looks like we have Fubar Crowbar lined up in what it could only be described as a conga line right there. And Freaky with that attempt and conga line in front of him takes it out. Look at Twinkle Beef. Twinkle Beef with the shoulder action there in corner number 1. That's no stop though for the Freaky as he comes out with the lead jam status. Pack moving across turn number 1, going into turn number 2. Meanwhile, Aquadan comes out of the penalty box and get that lead and initial pass, not lead, but initial pass immediately. Freaky enjoying his second pass, grabbed 4 points, and decides to say, Aquadan, no, you will not be able to play this jam. Calls it off with the score now 41-26. That was at least a 4-point earning with 7.5 minutes still remaining on the clock. Dr. Feelgood coming up to the jam line along with Bruiser Lee. And with that whistle, they both come off the jam line. Dr. Feelgood to the outside. Bruiser Lee making that advantage or advancement past the pivot line, moving that pack really. And Dr. Feelgood finds again opening to the outside, grabs lead jam status, and immediately goes out of the pack. Bruiser Lee right behind them as the pack spreads out and continues to move along to turn number 4. Dr. Anus looking for his blockers as he calls them forward. Twinkle Beef making a couple holes as he greets up there to Colonel Angus. Both jammers are going to engage there coming out of turn number 1. Bruiser Lee getting some contact there with Freaky. Going to come up now toe-to-toe with Abysmal. Getting right past Abysmal is going to grab 4 points. Meanwhile, Colonel Angus took some hits there in that corner, and Twinkle Beast heads to the penalty box. So 4 points are in there by Dr. Feelgood as we continue on with over a minute left in the jam. Bruiser Lee coming into contact there is going to try to break up that pack. Meanwhile, Feelgood finds an opening on the inside lane and makes the best of it, grabbing 4 more points. So in 8-8 right now in this jam, Bruiser Lee is right behind Dr. Feelgood as the pack stops between the jam line and pivot line. Dr. Feelgood again doing that little shook move, leans to the right and then immediately changes to the left when he's right on top of the blockers. Great strategy as 4 points was collected pretty easily. Meanwhile, Bruiser Lee having to go one-on-one with 26 back there. That's Abysmal holding up that wall with number 45, Pink Wrinkle Floyd. Both of them doing an excellent job kind of holding up that jammer and buying some time on the clock for Dr. Feelgood. Dr. Feelgood and Bruiser Lee both really having, and you can see it on the tracks, having a lot of fun playing this game. Dr. Feelgood barely getting back. Colonel Angus does a 360 spin. That's none other than I don't have that gentleman on my sheet. So Molly Ringer, I think that's what. So that jam ended with Dr. Feelgood's total 20 points to a day. Dr. Bruiser Lee total 14 new score right now, 31 to 40.
Has done it. Nice.
Number 8, Blue No Logitech is now giving. It's like first and for this game along with Freaky. And he comes out of the pack and he was getting. Freaky solid coming behind at the pack, shooting up to turn number 2. Blue coming with a direct contact there with number 245. Beautiful job by Pepper Single thing kind of slid on the G track. Blue just had a lot more. Freaky makes it through the pack with 4 points there. And Blue continues to move. And in doing so, grabs 4 more points after getting around Abysmal. With 3:44 still counting down on the clock and a little over a minute left on the jam time, Blue's going to continue moving that pack. And you've got 3 blockers to pass right here. Coming in heavy on the hips. Breaking that wall apart. Blue continues to move through. Meanwhile, Freaky passes to the inside with absolutely no interference at all from Team USK. Aquadan getting that wall together down there as Freaky decides to make another attempt coming out of turn number 2. Blue takes that as an opportunity to go ahead and call the jam. So that jam will end. Looks like both teams made a total of 12 points before that whistle ended. So with that, 73-52 is the score. Boulevard Crowbars in the lead right now. Dr. Feelgood and Aquadan are returning jammers to the line. Aquadan flew through the outside like running water, and in doing so, leaves Dr. Feelgood in the pack as they come up to turn number 2. Dr. Feelgood does leave the pack as we have more players from USK returning back to the track. With an entire pack almost there, we got USK finally leaving the pack as Aquadan makes 4 points this time. And we'll call it all before Dr. Feelgood can get in the mix. So very strategic. It's now just a 20-point difference. 76-56 is our total with 2 minutes left on our game clock.
Another chat with Santa.
No, not really. Oh. And then it looks like, yes, you are correct. Colonel Angus is out there making huge hits. Dr. Feelgood trying to get around Twinklebee. Those shoulders are one to be reckoned with as Aquadan does leave the pack there for the lead status for USK. Dr. Feelgood leaves the pack too, coming out of turn number 1. Both of them now on the earning pass. Another great strategy there by USK as Aquadan grabs 4 points and quickly calls it off to avoid Dr. Feelgood from answering back, leaving it right now 60-76. Now just a 16-point difference with a minute on the clock. Aquadan and Dr. Feelgood both returning back to the jam line. Aquadan making a big leap down the middle, right over their own blockers, pushes through and manages to stay on the track. Beautifully done. Aquadan comes through with lead jammer status. Dr. Feelgood, not as much effort, but did make it through nonetheless with his initial pass. And both jammers now are earning points. Oh my goodness. That's Aquadan receiving a back block penalty there on what was going to be a strategic move to call it off. So we're going to have this jam come to a natural close with the remaining 1 minute and 22 seconds on the clock. Dr. Feelgood. Dr. Feelgood with 80 points right now 84 points. And forearm's going to be called there on our Fubar Crowbar team. Dr. Feelgood readdressing the pack here again on turn 3. Beautiful toe stops coming around Colonel Angus. Pack going to back it up a little bit, get ready for impact as Colonel Angus and Twinkle Beef and Badger hold it up. Badger trying to throw Twinkle Beef into the mix, not enough to slow down Dr. Feelgood. And we got 34 seconds remaining on the clock. The entire wall has returned now for USK as they're going to try to hold Dr. Feelgood. And he makes it to the outside and another 4 points on the board for him because of it. 18 seconds remain in the jam. Communications very well here from the jammer all the way up to the wall. Ooh, and got almost a little bit of a high block there inadvertently. Forearm's going to be called there on 708. And that jam comes to a natural close. Beautifully done. Congratulations, our Fubar Crowbars, who comes in. I think the score was 100. 100-64. Great job, Fubar Crowbars. USK, again, thank you so much. It's been excellent watching you throughout this tournament. We have more roller derby coming to you up next. Until then, this was Squirrellock Holmes, aka Santa Claus right now. We'll giving you the details of what's happening here on the track. We'll be back with another game shortly.
You're in.
Okay. Everybody hear me now?
Yeah, that's about where I've been at.
Okay. Well, that's good. Stick around. We got the Villainera versus the Villainera. They're going to play themselves today. Johnny Pepper here, bringing you live stream coverage of the Texas 7-on-7 tournament here from the beautiful Brazos Valley Expo Center here in what?
First chance.
Oh, yeah. We're not, this isn't serious at all.
They're planning on
This is game 28. It's Sunday. It's supposed to happen at noon. I don't even know what time it is.
2.
Oh. So we're like 2 hours behind, or is that 2 hours behind?
That's
Well, I hope Harley Grace is watching. Harley Grace, I love you. Pawpaw Pepper's going to be gone for a whole week. I got to go check out Uncle Bill up there in Liberal, Kansas, thanks to French Construction. Also want to take this opportunity to thank the Brazos Valley Roller Derby for being such cool hosts. Love you, Doc Lawless. And you're on TV doing the thing, so Doc's always doing the good things. And sponsor the penalty box this weekend with Applied Bioscience, the leader in veterinary endocrinology. Try to say that 3 times fast. Anyway, this team's going to feature the Villainera, 12, 29 Jucifer, 3 HE Beast, 4 Large Forkfight, number 41 Sellout, number 6 Poppy Smurf, number 7 Cersei Lannister, number 918 Scaracha, 96 Shock, and the Vandals are going to be represented by 1202 Sweet Demise, 28 Human Resources, 32 Candy in the Summertime, number 333 Perspire Stephanie, number 401 Lock, number 44 Dank Demise, number 616 the other Mr. Testosterone, and 918 Hook Tua. I've got all that in, and one jam is about to start, and that whistle has blown. And some Villaineras in green just fall down. And the one Villanera in white takes off. That is Combo Wumbo. For HE Beast. Excuse me, for this game, it's HE Beast. Mambo's in the audience watching, so we're going to have to wait till the replay, Mambo. Mambo, thank you for watching all the time. You know Johnny Pepper loves you. And HE Beast. Put some points up on the board. I was told that there were going to be shenanigans happening in the first jam, and I believe that has happened. Oh, the 7-on-7 tournament here in Brazos Valley. It's probably one of the most fun tournaments you'll ever go to. I know everybody says that, but we really, really try to make it happen. HEBs puts 4 more up on the board. Takes 8 home in jam number 1. The Vandals are going to get 3 points. So Villanera in total scores 12 points. The Vandals only pick up 2. 2. Make that 3. And the other Villanera got the 8. And we are off again. Shock is wearing the star for the Villanera in the white. And the Villanera in the green has Candy in the Summertime. Shock coming around on a scoring pass. Goes around from the outside to the inside and dances up on the toe stops. Run into a wall of green shirts. Looking for some help to get through. Grabs it in the form of Dr. Grace. Candy in the Summertime. Skating laps around, looking to get some points. I see a multiplayer call. And the Villanera in green are going to lose a blocker. The pivot to the Applied Bioscience penalty box. Shot comes into the back of the pack, turns around.
Booty first, looking for some help to get through. G.I. Joe gives it, or Poppy Smurf, I'm sorry. Shock, working on that green defense. One to beat. Candy in the summertime, trying to help out. Still wearing the star, playing defense as well. That's a lock out of the box and into the fray. Running in the back of Poppy Smurf and holding up. Shock still trying to get through. Candy in the summertime picking up points. Candy in the summertime. 8 points to each team, 16 to 11 in jam number 2. Still got 16 and a half minutes to go in this 20-minute contest. You know, all the games here, it's 7-on-7, 20 minutes until we get to a final game, and then I think we're going to play just 20 minutes too in the final. So you think we give you a whole real game or not? We're going to just give you 20-minute game. But we're going to be playing for all the marbles, some money, and some amazing medals that were made. Echo is very, very proud of those medals, and as well they should be. Lord Farquaad is out front and lead for the Villain Era in white. Villain Era in green tried to stop, but just couldn't hold on, and Lord Farquaad did get far, far away and out front. A lot of defense happening there, but not enough to stop Lord Farquaad from getting 4 more points. And I think we got a star pass. That is a lot. Going to be the jammer record for the Villain Era in green. Locked on star. Lord Farquaad skates around looking to see how much time is left on the clock and decides to go ahead and run it. Still 47 seconds left in this jam number 3, game number 28, which started right around 2 o'clock. Locke takes a derby kiss to the outfield and forced to recycle by Poppy Smurf all the way back to turn 1.5. I hear a whistle, so somebody's going to leave on a high block. That is going to be Persephone. That's hard to say 3 times fast.
Yeah.
You know, because that Persephone gets me. And then you put a different syllable in there, it just throws me all off. Anus says 4 points to the team in green. 20 points in that jam for the Villa Eras in white, which is almost out of hand. 36-15 with 13:50 to go in this contest. This is game 28. Villainaire versus Villainaire. And just like that, HE Beast jumps up front, grabs lead jammer status in jam number 4 with 13:33 on the clock. Everybody's saying they can't hear me. They don't want to hear me anyway. That probably helps out a whole lot. I don't know which side's the microphone, right there. Okay, for those that can't hear, now you can turn your TV down, because if you had your TV all the way up and I got turned up, then you're probably too loud. But this is Johnny Pepper bringing you game 28 of the Texas 7-on-7s. And Locks has all the helmet covers for the Villain Era team in green and the other Villain Era team in white. the Villain Era team in white is the Villain Era team in the lead. And it's almost out of hand, 45 to 15, with 12 minutes left to go in this contest. Uh-oh, now everybody wants to hear me. Y'all are so lucky. Shock is out front for the Villain Era team in white. Candy in the Summertime, otherwise known as Cold Hearted, jamming for the Villain Era team in green. And that jam's gonna get called. That's a 0-0 jam. And even though it was pointless, it did happen. Oh, we did have 2 points awarded there at the end. So the Villain Era team in white did receive 2 points after everything was discussed and nullified and ratified and given. We got Lord Farquaad wearing the star for the Villain Era team in white, going up against Human Resources for the Villain Era team in green, which just goes to show you how deep that Villain Era team is. Lord Farquaad announcing the announcers, acknowledging the announcers on the way by. Human Resources, with a determined look, gets clear on the initial and goes to score some points, but that jam gets blown before anything can help it. Lord Farquaad picking up 4 points on that jam, 50 to 15. 10:40 left to go in this contest. I do want to thank each and every one of y'all for watching on the stream. Wish you could be here, but we know you can't. So thanks for watching. I hope you've been entertained. We've had some really close games this tournament. We've had a 36-point jam and a bunch of 28-point jams, a 32-point jam. And now we got jam number 7 of game 28 happening. The other Mr. Testosterone wearing the star for the Villain Era team in green. HE Beast, the jammer of the record, for the Villain Era team in white. We're going to lose somebody to a multiplayer. That's Locke going to the Applied Bioscience box for the block. That was illegal. HE Beast getting pointed out up front and lead, much to the delight of Mama Wombo in the audience. Also want to give a shout out to Huck that was on the call earlier with Scaracha. That was super, super fun listening to those 2 calls. I hope you enjoyed. Oh, you didn't enjoy it because it was only in-house. Well, I hope you enjoyed the games anyway. HE Beats with points. Decides that's enough, calls it off. Villain Era team in green still 2 point on the end, making their total to 17. Villain Era in white have 8 points added to their total. 58-17. 8:40 to go in this contest. And coming up into jam number 8, we're going to have Shock donning that star for the team in white. Candy in the Summertime, jammer a record for the team in green, and Shock is first. That is no Shock. Shock's been doing some work all weekend for the Villain Era. Shock had the highest point jam, 28, for a long time. And then the 100 had a game late last night, and there were like 5 jams that were 28 points or better. Hopefully you're going to enjoy that, the final setup. I think it's going to be the B-Side War Dogs and the 100 battling out for the 7-on-7 tournament champions. But right now we got Villain Era playing each other. The Villain Era in white has kind of taken this lead and not relinquished it at all. Still got 7.5 minutes to go in this contest, though, and anything can happen. Candy in the summertime pushing on that block to push at the back of the pack. That that is a strong wall right there. Wow. Shout out to Cody Gill and the Cody Gill band watching from home. Waterboy says hi. And 5 seconds away from going into jam number 9. Everybody hesitates and then goes. Lord Farquaad. Jammer record for the Villanera team in white. Human resources. Donning that star for the Villanera team in green. Passes the star off to Locke from Villanera team in green. Lord Farquaad in a scoring pass right now with 4 in the pocket. Takes a derby kiss to the inside and recycles all the way back to the start line. Locke clear on that initial. Puts the star on over the pivot cover. Hits the back of the pack, and those 4 whistles rain down and bring the jam over. We're going to add 2 additional points to the Villanera team in white. That's going to be 78-23 with 5:20. And we got a timeout call on the floor. This timeout brought to you by Brazos Valley Roller Derby, one of the best leagues in the whole wide world. It's the league that's sponsoring me this weekend. Love Brazos Valley. They have so much fun. Applied Bioscience. Thank you for sponsoring our PMT box and looking out for all the animals in our life. Thank you so much for that. Jacob's Water Well. They've been keeping us hydrated all weekend. Thank you, Jacob's Water Well. I want to thank the Dallas Derby Devils for having a whole bunch of skaters so we can have so many Villanera teams. I want to thank all the officials, skating and non-skating officials, photographers, our medics, our volunteers. Waterboy, thank you for bringing the stream.
Welcome.
Waterboy and the AV team bringing you this free stream all weekend. HE Beast, Jammer record for the Villanera team in white. The other Mr. Testosterone wearing the star for the Villanera team in green. And that jam gets called. I don't understand why. Nobody got any points. I guess they just wanted to reset.
1 point.
Oh, we did get a point. Noodles making me look stupid.
My family. Hi, Johnny and Waterboy.
Oh, hey.
That's ice cream.
Yeah. Well, now you want to tell me Sugar Spike, but we only got 3 minutes left in the game.
You what?
She's telling me how to easily do the Villanera teams. But I needed that advice like 17 minutes ago. But thank you for watching, Sugar. And Jam 11 just happened. And I don't think anybody got any points because I don't see any on the board. And that's going to make it 79-23 with 2:40 left to go. We're going to go into jam number 12. HEBs, donning that star for Villain Era. And the Vandals Tanner with human resources. Yeah, that's too hard to remember. But human resources, clear on the initial. HEBs with 4 points in the pocket, looking to get some more. Mambo in the audience saying, "Yay, son!" Clock ticking at 142. Big hit right there. That was Perspire. Perspire. Yeah. Bonine. Persephone with the Perspire. And the Vandals seem to be wanting to play defense all of a sudden. But that's okay because HEB Peace with 12 points in the pocket, looking to get some more. Oh, that has to be a high block. That has to be a high block. HEB comes in high, passes out a kiss, which is illegal contact, and has to go to the applied bioscience penalty box. Oh my God, are you not entertained here at home? That was so cool. But I tell you what, I bet it was worth that 30 seconds. That is going to be so much goodwill karma in the relationship that, look, I'll take a 30-second penalty to love you, babe. Yes. Oh, somebody call a timeout so we can get one more jam. As it stands right now, Bill and Aaron's going to win. The Vandals are going to lose. It's 91-30, but we're all winners here because we got to see that game happen. That's your unofficial score. We're waiting on that one rolling whistle. 91-30. Thank you so much for tuning in. We'll go ahead and call it at 91-30. And stick around. We got some more games coming up. I'm Johnny Pepper, wishing you peace, love, and roller derby.
Welcome back. Testing, testing. This is Muffin Temple. Can you hear me? And give me a shout out if you're out there. Let me know who you're rooting for, where you're watching from, how many games you have watched this weekend, because we're about to have game 29 at the Brazos Valley Roller Derby Texas 7-on-7s tournament. This is the third annual tournament, and I can't wait to be here next year. Every year it's gotten bigger and better. I have worked all three. And next year, like save the dates. First weekend of December most likely will be the one. And sign up your team or sign up to volunteer or just sign up to come hang out and watch some of the best skaters in the world, definitely in the region, playing each other in fun 20-minute, one period games. You can have up to 7 on your fielded roster, but you could bring a little more because you can bring alternates. Anyway, this is the semifinals of the Buckaroo division of this tournament. There's the Buckaroos and the Gunslingers. So we're going to have the Bipolar Rollers versus Texas United Roller Derby. Texas United Roller Derby, aka TURD, will be in black. Bipolar Rollers will be in white. Bipolar Rollers in white. We have 0429 Carmina Piranha, 1979 Neuralize Her, 419 Parks and Wreckage, 6 Oblong Gotcha, 72 Hell's Kitten, 73 Frida Loca, 84 BC, 850 Anus. So of those skaters, 2, 4, 6, of those 8, 7 will be skating. I believe BC is already on her way home. So hi BC. And then in black, Texas United Roller Derby, we have 00 Slam Shardy, 2 Solid number 2, 2000 Diarrhea, 247 Mandatory Ass Kicking, 317 Turd, 6 Big Hero Shits, 716 Ass Quake, 9001 Hemorrhoids. So those are your rosters. And Bipolar Rollers have had 1, 2, 3, 3 out of 4 wins. So they've had 4 games so far. This will be their 5th game. I believe it's their 3rd game just today. And TURD has had 2 wins and a loss. The winner of this game will play for the championship game of the Buckaroo division, and they will be against See You Next Tuesday or the confused and unnamed team CUNT. That will be the next game at 3:15 today. But for now, we are off. That is Parks and Wreckage in white for Bipolar Rollers. In black, aka TURD, we have solid number 2. Solid number 2 is already been declared the lead jammer for Texas United. Parks and Records is out 1/2 lap ahead behind, and the pack is speedily running along. The front of that pack, we have Hell's Kitten and Carmina Piranha doing some defense. They're also joined by Oblong Gotcha, but that is a scoring pass. So the first team to get on the board today is Texas United Roller Derby. But Parks and Wreckage is out on initial tying up those 4 points. As the jam continues, we're 45 seconds into this jam. There it is. It is called to prevent any more points to be scored by Bipolar Rollers who are in white, but we will have 6 points in total for solid number 2. 6-4. So the first lead of this game goes to Texas United Roller Derby. Hi, Spike. Thank you for chiming in. Good to see you out there. Sugar Spike, also, I think you officiate for Texas. Yes, thank you, BB Roller Derby, for filling in. I actually did get it right. I did the research on what was going on because I've seen so many games. But we are off jam 2. That's going to be Diarrhea against Neuralize Her. Whistle blown, but Neuralizer is out first. Your lead jammer for the Bipolar Rollers is Neuralize Her. Diarrhea is out on initial. If you know who Diarrhea is in real life, like her alternate derby name, I'd love to know. Great jammer. I just don't. I need to know her derby name because I don't know who Diarrhea is. But there it is. That will be scoreless jam for Texas United. They will hold it 6 and 1 point score by Neuralizer, 5-6. So there we go. 1 point game, 6 points for Turd, and a 5 for Bipolar Rollers. Parks and Records back on the line for Bipolar Rollers. And I cannot see who the jammer for TORD is, but I will tell you as soon as I know. It is Hemorrhoids. Hemorrhoids dodging and weaving in the back, trying to get around that white tripod of Bipolar Rollers, still trying to go side to side and getting nowhere. Slowly pushing the pack forward though. Power Jam. It's first jam apparently of this game. This means Bipolar Rollers have a Power Jam advantage. Lead jammer status still up for grabs. Ooh, nice reset. Big Hero Shits doing some great blocking at the front of that pack. Joined by Mandatory Ass Kicking. Ooh, still getting caught up. Another take down to the ground. We have Slam Shardy in that pack as well doing defense. Big Hero Shits just taking a little rest on the ground, but right back up. That was some work. Oh, one last tap out. That was Mandatory Ass Kicking. Whether or not that was in play, I'm not sure. Oh, no. There were some extra whistles there at the end. I think everybody's okay. I don't see any points for anyone showing yet. I will assume that was a scoreless jam. Yes, 0-0. 5-6 in favor of Texas United. 16 minutes left in this game. A Neuralizer on the line for Bipolar Rollers. It is a power start. So Hemorrhoids is in the Applied Biosciences penalty box. Neuralizer will hit the pack at the top. Apex Power Gem continues. Okay, 10 more seconds for Hemorrhoids penalty. Oh, no. Well, gonna leave the box early because guess what? Neuralizer is going to the penalty box. This will be the first jammer penalty in favor of TURD. And about 25 seconds of this penalty would remain for Neuralizer. And Hemorrhoids is taking the long way all around the track. But this will be initial pass. If Hemorrhoids can get through, tap to the infield by Carmina Piranha, but through. Oh, there's points. So I guess that wasn't an initial pass. Okay, so points on the board for Hemorrhoids on that one. At least they're in the. Oh, yeah, there they are. They are on the scoreboard. Hemorrhoids halfway through the pack, and Neuralizer back on the track as well. Hoping to escape the pack right there at turn number 4. Does get tapped to the infield. Ooh, and it works hips right into the gut, into the bread box area as Yeti or not, here I come, calls that area. By the way, Yeti for president, am I right? Okay, so me digressing. Jam continues, 22 seconds left on the jam clock. Neuralizer out. That is going to be a scoring pass for Neuralizer. That will be the first 4 points for Neuralizer on this jam. Hemorrhoids caught up in that second scoring pass. 7 seconds on the jam clock. Another whistle blown. Hemorrhoids through, 4 in the sky. So Texas United wins that jam 4-8. We have 9 total points for Bipolar Rollers and 14 for Texas United Roller Derby. 13.5 minutes left in this game. Yay, thank you for coming back, Sugar Spike. We love our volunteers. We need you all. If you know how to skate, learn how to officiate. If you don't know how to skate, guess what? You could be a non-skating official. You get the best seat in the house, and you just get to tell people what they're doing wrong. But we have solid number 2 on the line for TURD against Parks and Wreckage. Your lead jammer is Parks and Wreckage. Neuralizer, Marks and Wreckage swapping out Jammer Stars currently so far this game. And then we are going to have, is it your fight? That is Diarrhea jamming for TURD. Diarrhea is your lead jammer. Diarrhea is on the second lead jammer status for TURD. And it looks like, oh, it is a power jam. Neuralizer has her second jammer penalty of this game. Will set out for up to 30 seconds. Just as I say that, Diarrhea also has a penalty. So, oh, I'm just trying to catch up on my business. Anyway, this will be our first 2-minute jam as both jammers hop into the penalty box. We still have a minute 15 in this jam and 11:30 on the game clock. Oh, Phantom blocker on Neuralizer. Neuralizer's back up. That was initial pass for Neuralizer. Diarrhea taking a huge hit by Carmina Piranha. Slid 10 feet past turn number 4 or 3 and back resetting all the way to turn number 2. Neuralizer knocked out of bounds, but not quite enough. That was Sharknado with the block. Quick reset of those Turtists at the front of the pack. Neuralizer fighting to get out, trying to reach turn 4 to get those points, and does pass all 4 sets of hips, and that's 4 more in the sky. 4 period in the sky for Neuralizer. That was a first scoring pass. Oh, another power jam in favor of Bipolar Rollers. That was a back block penalty being called on Diarrhea. 10 seconds on the jam clock. We will definitely have a power start in favor of Bipolar Rollers coming up next. But Neuralizers points. I don't see them. So that would have been her second scoring pass. Don't quote me, but yeah. Don't quote me. I'm just gonna say what I see on the scoreboard. I see that was a 0-8 jam in favor of TURD. No, there they are. There they are. Well, there's 4. There they are. 8. 18 to 22. And so that was 8 points for everyone on that jam. Getting ready for jam number 7. Okay, so let me tell you, the winner of this game will play Confused and Unnamed Team at 3:15 for the championship of the Buckaroo Division. And let me tell you about the journey these teams have taken to get here. Bipolar Rollers lost to the other team that I just mentioned, Confused and Unnamed Undecided Team. They lost 103 to 20. They beat Third Coast 134 to 13. They won Dumpster Fire 109 to 7. And they beat Hormones 85 to 82. So a 3-point game. So they did have 3 wins and 1 loss. And the record for Texas United Roller Derby, they beat Wasted Potential 61 to 46. They beat Dumpster Fire 90 to 28. They lost to Confused and Unnamed Team 92 to 10. So they also have 2 wins and a loss. Both these teams already lost to Confused and Unnamed, but one of them gets the honor of playing them again for the championship of this division. Park and Wreckage, lead jammer against Diarrhea, starting from the penalty box. Standings, the last few seconds of Diarrhea's penalty, 8 minutes on the game clock. Diarrhea out on an initial, really sneaking quickly out of the Applied Biosciences penalty box. Parks and Records quickly calls it that will be a scoreless jam for Texas United. They will hold at 18. Oh, their points went down. I want to say okay, so they only got 4 on that last jam. So 18 points for Texas United, 23. So guess what, folks? That is a lead change. 6-0 run in favor of Bipolar Rollers, 23-18. 7.5 minutes left in this game. Hi, Allison White. Yeah, I think they just fixed all of that. You are on a delay to what I'm seeing. So, yes, I believe it is fixed. Thank you. Yeah, as an announcer, when I see something like that happen, I have to go by what the officials see and say. But sometimes I definitely try and help people see what I see. But sometimes, sometimes I see it wrong. Sometimes I say it wrong, people are human. But Neuralizer getting ready to jam against solid number 2. Yes, those whistles mean we're in business. Earlier, I kept commenting on that Mohawk helmet. I just finally realized that is good old CT Scan from Condor Roller Derby. I love CT, and I also love her daughter, Charlie Tanko, who's also around this tournament. I've not seen Charlie today, but it's really good to see familiar faces here. Anyway, look at that scrum pack. Neuralizer really physically pushing that tripod forward 5 feet. But guess who? Solid number 2 is your lead jammer. This is only the third lead jammer status out of 8 going towards our skaters in black. Solid number 2, lead jammer hits the pack of the top apex. Neuralizer getting reset to the back of the pack. Anus doing some work today. Anus also has been a skating official all weekend, but also this is their third game today. Okay, Neuralizer out on initial. Solid number 2 through. That's a second scoring pass for solid number 2. Guess what? We're gonna have another lead change, but I'll talk about it in a moment. Because you never know before the jam ends, which there's still a minute left on the jam clock. Woo, oh my goodness. Neuralizer could close that gap. But solid number 2 taking a solid hit from Carmina Piranha and stayed up on her feet and kept on going. There it is. There's the call up. Nice 12-point jam for Texas United. And guess what, folks? That's another lead change. 27-30. Quick 4 on the board for Bipolar Rollers. It is a 3-point game and just under 5 minutes left in this game. Yes, we should all hydrate. I finished my coffee. Can you tell? Yes, caffeine is kicking in and I feel fine. Parks and Wreckage ready to go in white for Bipolar Rollers. In black, that is Diarrhea. Ready to jam for us again. Oh, tap to the infield, but no. Oh, what's happening? Back block penalty on Diarrhea. This is Diarrhea's third jammer penalty within 4 jams and this fourth power jam in favor of Bipolar Rollers all game. Almost out though. That was crazy. So that means lead jammer status is up for grabs. But I am hearing another whistle, multiplayer block on 247, which is mandatory ass kicking. But your lead jammer, Parks and Wreckage. So 66% lead jammer status has gone towards Bipolar Rollers. So, but currently the lead is Texas United. Parks and Records so patient and so strong, working the way around each blocker one at a time to get through on all 4 of those points. Power jump continues, but Diarrhea is standing, so under 10 seconds left of the penalty. Diarrhea. Oh, that was quick. Already through the pack. Okay. And that was not a scoring pass. That was initial pass. Oh, they made her do it all over again. Oh, anyway, jam is called. That'll be a scoreless jam for TURD. Quick 7 on the board for Bipolar Rollers, taking them to 34. Guess what? Lead change. That is another lead change. So let me count them. I think that's the same. I believe it's our 4th lead change, but don't quote me on that because I'm looking at my notes and it's a mess. Hemorrhoids, we haven't seen Hemorrhoids jam since jam number 4. back on the line for Texas United, and jamming for Bipolar Rollers is Neuralize Her. 2.5 minutes left in this game. Neuralizer through. That is a scoring pass. Had to get around Big Hero Shoots and does. Hemorrhoids out as well on initial. Neuralizer is going to call that jam. That will be, I believe, our first scoreless jam. Second scoreless jam of this game. So, 34 to 30, 2:10 on the game clock. Hydrate or die. It's true. And listen to my voice. I'm losing it. But, after calling probably, let me see, it's game 29, probably 20 games out of 29. Ugh, at least they're only 20 minutes. I mean, I'm sure having fun. I'm definitely not complaining at all because I'm having fun. But we have Parks and Wreckage back on the line against solid number 2. Oh, nice little hip hop over inside, inbounds. Leech and Mercedes, Parks and Wreckage. So 17 of those 34 points scored by Parks and Wreckage. So half the points exactly half scored by Parks and Wreckage. And then we have number 2 forcing that call off. That'll be 3 scoreless jams in a row for Bipolar Rollers, holding at 30 even points. And that is our third scoreless jam. 34 to 30. Jam 12 coming up. 1 minute on the game clock. Oh my God, this is so close. But let me just tell you, confused and undecided team beat TURD by 82 points, and they beat Bipolar by 83 points. So I don't know. I'm not a betting woman, but I really am. I'm not gonna say anymore. Diarrhea versus Neuralize Her. Lead jammer, is already Diarrhea, but having to reset all the way back. Yeah, that is a nuts with some great defense. But wow, that was just only a reversal speed bump because guess what? Diarrhea is out on a initial pass as lead jammer. Neuralizer almost out. And we have a star pass. So speaking of, to Anus, but it is a power jam in favor of Texas United. Not what you want right now because lead jammer said this is Diarrhea. Anus, if you ice Anus in the box. Oh, game clock has expired and its score is currently tied. Oh, I think we know how this is going to end. 1 minute on the jam clock, which is now officially the game clock. This is the final jam of this game. There it is. 8 points total. Winning by 4 is TURD. Oh, what? Oh my God. Do you know what just happened? Diarrhea got a jammer penalty, power jam, and Neuralizer was standing. It's going to be about a 22-second penalty. There's 36 seconds on the jam clock. Okay, Neuralizer may have points in pocket, but needs to get out of this pack to tie up this game. Don't we want a tie game? Don't we want a tie game? We want a tie game, don't we? We want one more jam. One more jam. Oh my God. Yes, yes, yes. Go Anus. It's Anus. Anus. It's all on you, baby. 8, 7. Guess what? It's not a tie game. What? Oh my God, you guys. Bipolar Rollers in the final jam of this game. Pull ahead. 8 points for both of these skaters. 38 for TURD. At least 8 for Bipolar Rollers. Unofficial score is 42 to 38. Are you all watching this? Oh my God. Which is why we should have called it. Hi, Crystal. Oh my goodness gracious. What? Final score officially Bipolars in the final jam, 42 to 38. I love roller derby. How about you? Let's hear it for Texas United. Both of these teams put on a great show for us all weekend long. Yep, it's it. That's final. Okay, next game. scheduled to be at 3:15. They get to play CU next Tuesday, or the confused and undecided team. So many great acronym teams this year. I love y'all. I'm Muff and Tumble. You have a few minutes to get some water, coffee, whatever you need to do to get back here for what I believe will be the championship game of the Buckaroo Division. I'm Muff and Tumble. Thank you for being here.
All right, if you're still tuning in, let me tell you, and if you haven't tuned in, you need to get caught up. What you just watched, this was a second comeback made by our bipolar rollers within the last 2 minutes of the game. Oh, I had to take a lap before I can come back here and announce to you this next game because guess what? The bipolar rollers are going to stay on the track. They're going to go against our confused and undecided team. This is Scorelock Homes. I'm going to be giving you the play-by-play on the track right now as we're about to get our game number 30 underway for our 7-on-7s tournament. Our confused and undecided team decided to bring back to the track TBD, Melee Confusion, Catastrophe, Pretty Little Kitty, Small Chance, Where's Cat, Wait Felicia, Days Mayhem, and Bird Brains. Coming again back to from the bipolar rollers, we got Carmina Piranha, Neuralizer, Parks and Wreckage, Oblongacha, Hell's Kitten, Frida Loca, BC, and Anus. So with that whistle, we got Pretty Little Kitty and Parks and Wreckage coming off the jam line. Going to be a very interesting 20-minute jam. As again, the bipolar rollers really had to play down for the last few seconds of this game to get that W. But with that W, they are now in another back-to-back game. Parks and Wreckage making it up to the pivot line. Pretty Little Kitty getting tied up there as Neuralizer is doing a great job blocking along with Oblongacha. Parks and Wreckage doing a little bending is able to go ahead and stay inbound somehow with being pushed out by that wall. And in the inside comes Pretty Little Kitty coming through and grabbing that lead jam status there for our confused and undetermined team. Parks and Wreckage now coming one-on-one with number 31 here, and that's going to be... And we'll check on that, who that number is. Dave Mayhem. So that whistle will blow. With that whistle, that wraps up our first jam here for game 30. Score is going to be 3-0. Dazed and Confused was able to come off Pretty Little Kitty, grabbing 3 points and calling off the jam. Next up, we're going to bring to the jam line Anus along with number 21. And that's going to be Where's Cat coming to the jam line. Anus going on the inside route. Where's Cat right down the center and is going to be pushed out of bounds to the inside by Neuralizer. Neuralizer doing another great job pushing the jammer out of bounds. Anus still tied up there as Dave Mayhem pushes the jammer outside the track. Anus re-entering behind the jam line. Going to try to catch back up to that pack. Whereas Cat is progressing, coming up to turn number 2. Oblongacha and Neuralizer trying to hold that wall. And it looks like lead is going to be claimed with that final push as confused and undetermined makes its way. And Where's Cat takes that lead status. Quick start exchange happened there for our bipolar rollers coming in turn 2. And just like that, Carmina Piranha is now the jammer, but that will not be for too long as the jam's going to come to an end. Neuralizer is going to head to the penalty box after that, and we got 2 points earned by confused and undecided. So new score now 5-0, and that wraps up our first 2 jams here. Jam line's going to return back to Carmina Piranha along with number 13, Pretty Little Kitty. Pretty Little Kitty on the inside route immediately pushes through the pack and grabs lead status. Carmina Piranha is going to be recycled back by number 22, Wait Felicia. And Days Mayhem. Pretty Little Kitty looking for that opening. Days Mayhem makes and goes right through it with really no effort at all coming out of turn number 1. Catastrophe along with Wait Felicia doing a great job bridging and recycling back the jammer back to the jam line. Carmina Piranha really looking for either their pivot or an opening right now as attacks kind of spread along turn number 1. Great wall being held up there by number 111. That's Melee Confusion doing a great job there holding up the wall. And wow, Neuralizer coming in with a heavy block to the side really makes an opening there. Unfortunately, Carmina is not able to do anything with those efforts, but Neuralizer will go back to the penalty box with that hit. Or, I'm sorry, not Neuralizer. I apologize. Looks like our pivot's going to go over there to the penalty box. And Pretty Little Kitty comes around for 4 points. So far now, 16 collected While it does show Bipolar Roller still trying to get out of the pack for that initial play. Pretty Little Kitty is coming back again with another 4 points there with a 20 and counting. And with a good push, it is going to be Carmina Pirana with the initial made for our Bipolar Rollers. And it's going to be a cut called on Pretty Little Kitty as the entry to the track was right before Neuralizer, who was trying to run the jammer back. Carmina Pirana looking for some offense right here as they're about to engage to the inside of the track. Oblongacha providing a little bit of O there, but it's going to be Contrastrophe that's going to be really the wall to try to break through. And as a result, we're going to end that score right there with at least earning 4 points on that effort. 20-4, 20 points earned on Confused and Undecided, 4 points for Bipolar, bringing that new score 25-4 as we are now under 15 minutes remaining in this game. And with it looks like going to be a power start here for our Bipolar Rollers, 73, Frida Loca, trying to get through that wall, doing a great job shuffling back and forth. That wall is just really hard as Dazed Mayhem doing a great job holding that block. Now starting to bridge as the pack still. And it looks like Dazed Mayhem's rolling over to the penalty box right now as Frida Loca still tries to make that initial pass. Neuralizer trying to provide some O there, but it's going to be recycled back. And Pretty Little Kitty re-enters that track and quickly grabs that lead jam status. As a result, will now start to enter into the pack and begin earning points. Meanwhile, Frida Loca still tied up in the pack and trying to get out. I apologize. I misspoke. Frida Loca's in the penalty box. This is the power jam right now that we're seeing. Sorry, view is a little askew down here, but it is Pretty Little Kitty that's coming into turn number 2 right now, enjoying this power jam. Anus trying to get up there in front of it. And it is going to be Dazed Mayhem providing that O there as Anus was trying to block the jammer. Great job there by our confused and undecided team. Really good teamwork and self-awareness of what's going on the track. Some more traction right here on the second straightaway as Pretty Little Kitty goes to the inside route, grabbing 4 points. Oblongacha trying to make a hole for Frida Loca to go through. And that is not going to be possible. Meanwhile, that star exchange has happened, and now Anus will be our jammer for our Bipolar Rollers. The Dazed Mayhem doing a great job putting them hips against the jammer, forcing them off the track. As a result, Anus is going to be recycled back. Meanwhile, Pretty Little Kitty is about to re-engage in this pack and try to get another 4 points. And does just that. So far, 20 now made in this jam, and we still have 3 seconds to go. And with the whistle, that jam comes to a close. 45-4 is the score right now. Another 20 points earned there by Pretty Little Kitty, showing to be very, very fast jammer throughout this tournament. All right, we've got Parks and Wreckage coming off the jam line, along with Wait Felicia, or Where's Cat? I'm sorry. And Cat right now is in lead status as they come into turn number 1 with that position. Meanwhile, it looks like Parks and Wreckage is going to be recycled back almost to the pivot line. Great job done there by Dazed Mayhem. Parks and Wreckage to the inside will make that initial pass completion for our Bipolar Rollers as they take a turn around corner number 3. Oblongacha doing a great job holding at that wall with Frida Loca. But the jam will come to an end before Park and Wreckage is able to re-engage, just allowing Confused and Undetermined to earn 3 points on that jam, bringing the score now 48-4. We got Oblongacha coming to the jam line along with Pretty Little Kitty. Penalty box is almost empty as the bipolar rollers have their pivot still serving that penalty from the last jam. Oblongata pushing through right down the middle, trying to get around melee confusion. Meanwhile, Pretty Little Kitty's going to get recycled back and re-engage. Oblongata comes out of the pack for the bipolar rollers with lead status. Pretty Little Kitty right behind her as they're going to come around to turn number 2. Confused and undetermined. Ready for impact. Meanwhile, bipolar rollers are trying to break that up and push Pretty Little Kitty off the track. That pressure does result in a call off, and with that call off, we have some points earned. 2 points for our confused and undetermined team. Unfortunately, no points earned yet by our bipolar rollers for that jam. So 50-4 is our score as we wrapped up jam 6 there. With 10 minutes now left on the clock, we're going to come back to the jam line with none other than Wait Felicia for our confused and undecided team. And a timeout is going to be called by our bipolar rollers. So we're going to take a quick timeout, let them hydrate and reassess this, keeping in mind, too, that our clock will remain running. That is one of the key things about our 7th tournament. So 9:34 on the clock and counting down. This has been a very interesting tournament. Again, our bipolar rollers playing our back-to-back games here right now. Confused and undecided coming in with their win that they had earlier. And as we're about to, and this is our 3rd bracket of our 4-bracket day that we have here. Again, excellent time. If you've never been to a 7-7 tournament, this is definitely one to put on your calendar. Had a tournament earlier this morning with Nancy and Sweet Steve's for our blockers. Was able to catch a couple minutes of that and really see how, it just make a difference just having players from all over come back and especially when you got those expert players giving us some keynotes and tips and tricks on how to really work our pack. So we have returned back to Derby, and with that return, we got Wait Felicia coming out of the pack with our lead jammer status for our confused and undecided team. Looks like Neuralizer is our jammer right now for bipolar rollers. Parts and Wreckage trying to put a stop to Wait Felicia, not able to do so as they flew past the outside, grabbing their first 4 points of this jam. Neuralizer looking for the pivot, or at least an opening. Is going to be pushing through to turn number 1. Makes a break and is going to come out of turn number 1 with an initial pass there for the bipolar rollers. Wait Felicia is currently now on their 4th lap. They're about to start. But we'll call it off. And as a result, we'll only earn 8 during this jam, bringing it now 58-5 with 7:45 on the clock. Big thank you again for all of you viewers out there listening in, tuning in, either whether it's for your friends or your teams. Absolutely. Dave's Mayhem, a big hi from Puerto Rico. We definitely appreciate you viewing there all the way from Puerto Rico. That's awesome. And with this jam, Dave's Mayhem talking about it. Look at that. Lead jam coming right off the jam line. Parks and Rec is still trying to get through for our bipolar, or I'm sorry, Hell's Kitchen trying to get through our bipolar rollers, but Dave's Mayhem doing a great job. It's going to go into engagement there on turn number 1. Pushes through for 4 points, but unfortunately will receive a cut penalty. So guess what? That's going to be a full 2-minute jam we're about to experience. Neuralizer now being the jammer for our bipolar rollers with that star exchange. They're going to re-enter the track on the first straightaway coming up to our first corner here. Confused and undecided, trying to stop Neuralizer as they progress around turn number 1. Great rainbow blocking right there as they continue to rotate that wall as Neuralizer continues to go from side to side. So with that star chain, Neuralizer, a 360 turnaround on the outside coming to turn 2, does make that initial pass for the bipolar roller. And I do apologize. I was misspoken. That is Carmina Piranha. That is actually our jammer right now for the bipolar roller, doing that excellent work there coming out of turn 1. Dave's Mayhem reachers from the penalty box. Beautifully done with a little backward skating there. Comes through for their first 4 points of this jam. Both jammers now tied up in corner number 1. Engaged with the pack. Pack a little spreading going around turn number 2, trying to make sure that that bridge work is happening. As a result, it is going to be Dave Mayhem coming out of the pack again with 4 more points, climbing so far 8 and going. We got 20 seconds still on the clock for this jam. Carmina Piranha grabbing 4 points as well for our bipolar rollers. And wow, look at that. Dave Mayhem missing literally 2 blockers there for the bipolar rollers, pushes right through and grabs 4 points. Carmina Piranha taking a hit right there by 111. Melee confusion, but still remaining on the track to collect 4 points. Those whistles mean we are wrapping up this jam, and with that wrap up, that means you got a couple extra points to account for. And that account would be 14 total for our confused and undecided. So that's Dave Mayhem, and then 8 points there for Neuralizer, taking that star exchange and getting it up to now a score of 72-13. As confused and undetermined is definitely determined to get a W at this game. So we've got under 5 minutes remaining. Oblongacha coming to the jam line along with Pretty Little Kitty. Real good progress with the pack going up to the pivot line. Oblongacha pushing through, but it will be Pretty Little Kitty that comes out with that lead status again for this jam. Pack is really pushing. Catastrophe doing a great job trying to get the jammer off and is successful with that. Between Catastrophe and Where's Felicia or Where's Cat, that jammer is going to be recycled back pretty far back to corner number 1. Meanwhile, Pretty Little Kitty is going to come around the outside, grabbing 4 points for our confused and undecided team. Oblongacha still tied up here in turn number 2. Finds an opening, pushes through, and will obtain a forearm penalty at the same time. And at that time, also gets a second penalty for illegal exit of the track. Oh, this is not what we wanted to see for the jammer here for the bipolar rollers, as they're going to serve 2 penalties consecutively for that. Oh, no. So guess who's really enjoying this right now? Pretty Little Kitty with 47 seconds left on the clock. Basically, is going to be able to run this clock completely undefeated. May even opt to go ahead and call it. Who knows? Enjoy a power start. We will see as Pretty Little Kitty now comes into turn number 3. Little side surfing there and collecting 4 points. Pack ready for impact right here on the second straightaway as Pretty Little Kitty comes in. Great offense right there by and 4 arms are going to be called. And with that forearm, it is going to bring back to the track Neuralizer, who is going to come in and get completely knocked off by Contractus. And right before the whistle is blown, Oblongacha comes out of the penalty box. So we will have a jammer return to the track for bipolar rollers. And then with this, they're going to enjoy a power start because Pretty Little Kitty before the whistle blew actually ended up in the penalty box. So a power start is going to be enjoyed, and that's going to be enjoyed by none other than Neuralizer, who's going to come up to the jam line for a bipolar rollers. That whistle means that we are back into play as Neuralizer quickly advances, getting up to turn number 2. We've got Melee Confusion trying to put a stop to it along with number 22, Wait Felicia, but that is no way to stop Neuralizer as they push through, getting that initial pass and lead status there for bipolar rollers. We have less than 2 minutes remaining in this game. Neuralizer pushing through turn number 2. Meanwhile, it looks like Pretty Little Kitty has come back to the track, exiting the penalty box. Great job there by Wait Felicia trying to hold Neuralizer, but that's not going to be any stop there. And 4 points and Catastrophe. So I keep messing up that name, but they are now our jammer here for the confused and undetermined team. And wow, took a hit right there. Wow. Jammer went flying there as Catastrophe. Does a beautiful hit there with the shoulders. As a result, Neuralizer still making their rotations, collecting a total of 8 points so far in this jam. Score now 92-21. We got a little over a minute remaining. And Confused and Undetermined comes out of the pack with points. Beautifully done there. Looks like we are going to have Wake Lisa go and hang out in the penalty box for a penalty there. And Neuralizer's coming into turn number 2, trying to get around and does just that for 4 points there. All right, looks like a good block there on Anus. Takes the player to the inside of the rink with 36 seconds remaining on the clock. Neuralizer getting around not one, but 2 blockers. Leaves the track a little bit, gets right back on, pushes through to grab 4 more points. Total of 16 in counting so far. And we have 16 seconds remaining on the clock. I do believe that that's going to wrap up our game. In fact, for right now, unconfirmed 104.29. This really could be the final confirmation score. We're just going to wait for that last rolling whistle. In the meantime, I hope that you have been watching and enjoying our 7-on-7 tournament here, brought to you here on YouTube. Again, thank you so much for Brazos Valley Roller Derby team for coming out here, showing support, putting this on for us. It has been an absolute fun 2-day tournament. We're about to wrap up 3 of 4 blocks today as we have gate 2 now. We got 2 more to go. And then we had our final block, and we're going to go ahead and see who's going to be the winner and take home the money here for our 7-on-7 tournament. In the meantime, my name is Warlock Holmes here. Score again is 104-29. Congratulations to the determined Black Floyd Workers. You did a fantastic job with your back-to-back games. Until the next one, y'all, this is Locke signing off. Come to Dragon Chair and just
All right, all right, all right. Welcome back. We have BSRT against the Wands, Wan 100. We'll get through the lineup here in a little bit. I did come in a little bit late, but welcome, or thank you for staying and tuning in. This one should be a very interesting game. Next couple of games are going to decide that final championship game in this bracket. So we'll have 2 more games and then the championship game. And it looks like we got Razor for BSRD, War Dogs, and Juan in a Million up on the jam line. Juan working at the front of that pack trying to get out. Razor finds that inside line and gets lead jammer status, coming back around for a scoring pass. Juan in a Million does get out and complete that initial pass, coming around for a scoring pass now. Razor does call it off. After grabbing 1 point, Juan was trying real hard to steal one, but didn't get it. Juan did not get 1 point.
That's wonderful.
That's wonderful. And it looks like we have Hit Like Juan and Kevinator. Kevinator coming out, immediately getting lead jammer status. I think I missed something in turn 1 that I couldn't see because of the officials, but the crowd is cheering really loud. Hit Like Juan coming around. Did not get any points, but definitely was trying. And Kevinator did get 3 on that scoring pass. Good hustle there by Hit Like Juan to try to get back to the pack to force that call off. And it looks like we got Juan in a Million and Eliminator on the jam line. Eliminator working on that inside line. Everything's starting to free up there for Eliminator. Eliminator is coming around. Looking for a couple of points here on that scoring pass. No leads have been determined as of right now. And that is going to be a power jam in favor of Juan in the middle from Team Juan's. Hard hit from Armstrong on Juan in a Million. Wow. Definitely a lot of big hits there. There was Armstrong and Sweat. Both delivering big hits there on Juan in a Million. Juan in a Million did get her out and grabbed a couple of points there. Eliminator coming back in from the penalty box. Oh, Juan in a Million didn't get assessed for a track cut, so this is going to be a power jam in favor of War Dogs and Eliminator. 3-1-3 getting called for a multiplayer. Juan Sola. Well, here's a chance for the War Dogs to go ahead and tack on a couple of points in the last 19 seconds here in this jam. And we're going to get a switcheroo here on our jammers as Eliminator goes to the box and Juan in a Million comes back out. And then right at the end of that play, Armstrong gets called on a forearm and will be visiting our penalty box. Go Juan. Which Juan? There's a lot of Juans. Wonderful should be another derby name. Yeah, especially in this one. And it looks like we got hit like one that goes through and hits like one and gets lead jammer status. Coming around, taking a full advantage of that power start. And it looks like we got another Juan coming in, Juan Sola from the penalty box. So all Juans are on the track currently. And there was a star pass to Dangle for the Wardall, which does force that call off by hit like Juan, but not before Juan was able to get 4 points. 4 points showing there. So a total of 7 on that jam. 1 point for the War Dogs. Dangle was able to steal that 1 point. It looks like we're going to have a battle of the 12s. Juan in a million and Razor. Kind of a slow start right there, but then the action gets started. One on the outside line, one on the inside. Guess the outside just looked a little bit better because Razor was able to get that lead jammer status on that outside. Big hit there in the back of the pack between, who is this? There's a couple. Couldn't see the number. But 3 points there on that jam either way. So War Dogs trying to close that gap just a little bit. Looks like we're going to have Eliminator. Or no, that's Kevinator. Kevinator and hit like Juan. Jamming and jam number 6. Kevinator does get recycled back. Almost halfway through turn number 3 and 4. But just use that as an accelerant to get on through on that outside line and get lead jammer status. Kevinator definitely likes that outside line. Grabbing 4 more points there, closing that gap to 1 point. And with that, nope, does get knocked onto the inside. And with that scoring pass, we do have a lead change. So if you're out there enjoying a beverage, doesn't matter what type of beverage, could be water and hydrate or whatever it is, take a sip, because I suspect we'll see a couple of lead changes here in this game. And it looks like hit like Juan at the end of that jam was assessed with a track cut. So this is going to be a power start for Razor and the War Dogs. It's a good way to start off to kind of extend on that lead that they just switched over to their favorite. Razor looking at that outside line, does cut into the inside, get recycled back a little bit. Working hard against that block to push up front. Lots of hard skating going on at the front of that pack, pushing, trying to get that out of play call. Does get lead jammer status coming around for Razor. Just in time as hit like Juan came out of the penalty box with a quickness. Re-engage the pack and does get by. Now has one more jammer on jammer action here. Razor trying to stop hit like Juan to allow the rest of the pack to catch up and get a little bit of help there, but was not able to. Razor did try to call that off, but got a penalty, and now it's a power jam in favor of Hit Like Juan. And now we're going to have a switcheroo here in the penalty box for Jammers. So we'll see this to a full 2-minute jam. Razor working at the front of that pack up there at turn number 4. Does get through, grabs 4 more points. Hit Like Juan is now back into the fray. So on the roster it says Hit the Juan, but on the back of the jersey it says Hit Like Juan. So we've just been going with Hit Like Juan. And we will have a timeout real quick from the War Dogs. And having said that on the timeout, so just want to thank everybody involved here. All of you folks out there viewing on the stream, all of our wonderful volunteers that come in and have helped out, the skating officials, non-skating officials, track maintenance, photographers, medics, everybody here that has just chipped in to make this tournament such a wonderful weekend thus far. Thank you, thank you, thank you, and can't say that enough. And if you're not that familiar with 7-on-7 type tournaments, during the timeout, the clock doesn't stop. So it just keeps running. So even though everybody's catching a breath, reorganizing, all of that, you're still fighting the clock. That rolling whistle means we're about to get back started. And we have Juan and Emilian going up against Kevinator. And this is the first time in a while that we've started with an empty penalty box. All skaters on the track right now. Ooh, big hit up front by No One Can Stop Me Now on Kevinator. To recycle Kevinator all the way back to the jam line. And that is going to be a power jam in favor of Kevinator and the War Dogs as Juan and Emilian goes to the penalty box. Another big hit. Juan Sola. Defense is definitely real with the Juans. All of the Juans. And Kevin, let's call it off, and we will have a power start for Eliminator with the War Dogs. And we're on our way in jam number 9. Eliminator working at the back of that pack. That tripod there strong for 100s. Held off long enough to let Juan and Emilian come back from the penalty box and engage the pack. And number 92 for the Wands is going to the penalty box for a forearm. Eliminator is out as your lead jammer. Coming back around after that initial pass. He's looking to get a couple of points here. Multiplayer called on the one. So just as we had an empty penalty box, we have two wands in there now. And that was no one can stop me now for the penalty box for a multiplayer. I guess the officials can stop, but no one can stop me now. At least for a 30-second break. So, Juan and Amelia is back in action from the Infinity box, working against that tripod. Wow, beautiful toe stop work going on the outside edge of turn number one. And the crowd in here is going wild for that. There was a spin move and all sorts of things going on. Juan and Amelia getting 4 points there, looking at that outside edge. So that was 8 points for the War Dogs and 4 points for the Wands in jam number 9. We're going to have an official timeout. And for this official timeout, the time does stop, so there's 3 minutes and 53 seconds left in the game. Still have enough time for a couple of jams. And this has been definitely delivering what our expectations were of these two teams. It's been hard fought, hard hits, fast paced. And apparently a penalty was assessed to Juan and Amelia at the end of that jam. So this is going to be a power start for the War Dogs. Razor on the line. Razor working against two wands up front, got the 1v1, and is your lead jammer in jam number 10. Razor does get around and grab 4 points there. No, gets called on a track cut. And Juan and Amelia took advantage of that and is out and through with an initial pass. Juan and Amelia working on that inside against two of the War Dogs up front. Now 3. Getting some assistance there. Does a little apex jump out of turn number 4, grabbing 4 more points. And just like that, this game is within 12 points, capitalizing on that power jam situation there. And Juan grabbing 4 more points there, closing the gap. One, two, forearm. Getting called into the penalty box. That's Juan and Amelia. This will be another power start after this jam ends. That is not what the Wands needed right there. And we have official timeout because we have stuff going on. Skaters getting a little upset, I guess. Now they only have 5 players as 2 players just got ejected. Well, I mean, that's just a hard fought lesson there. Don't argue. Oh, man. It wouldn't be Derby without a little bit of drama, right? So Kevinator is out and has lead as this is a power start. And the Wands are short-handed on the track currently. Only 2 Wands in the fray. And or 3 Wands in the fray. They're doing a great job on that tripod there. The Grim Wand had that one-on-one, tried to knock out Kevinator, was not able to. No one can stop me now, trying with that initial block on the Kevinator to slow him down. White 2-0, locking out of play, goes to the penalty box, and Hit Like Ron is out on that initial pass, turning on the afterburners there. Does grab 4 points. That is the end of the game timer. We are running on jam time now. Ooh. 11 seconds left. And those 4 whistles will call the end of the jam and the game. Oh my. All right, and with that, we have an unofficial 63 for the War Dogs and 48 for the Wands. Then here you go, sir. Oh, there's the pen and the paper. All right, and we'll see you for the next one. Oh yeah, there's a lot of great skaters in this tournament, and I mean, as always, everybody's skating hard, working hard out there. So definitely big thank you for everybody here that has made this possible. Traveling from near and far. I know I'm about at 7 hours away from here, so my dogs will be happy whenever I get home. And yeah, we're gonna take a break for a few minutes and then we'll go to the next game. Thank you.
All right, we're coming to you. This is Squirrellock Homes bringing you game number 32. We are going to find out who's going to go home with third place at the end of this game. Bringing to you Fubar Crowbars. We got Molly Ring Your Neck, Pepper Spray Your Face, Abysmal, Dr. Feelgood, Rink Floyd, and Freaky coming to you for the Fubar Crowbars. Billionaire is going to return back to the track with Jucifer, H.E. Beast, Lord Farquaad, Sellout, Papa Smurf, Cersei Lannister, Sarkacha, and Shaw. So with that, we have our rosters here for our Billionaire. And we're about to get this game started. 20 minutes, and we're going to tell you who's going to be third place of our 7-7 tournament here we have in Bryan, Texas, brought to you by Brazos Valley Roller Derby. And that whistle means we're about to enjoy Mr. Feel or Dr. Feelgood along with number 3, which is H.E. Beast. And with that whistle, both jammers come off the jam line. Dr. Feelgood getting tied up with Jucifer, as well as Lord Farquaad. That did make an opportunity for H.E. pull through the pack, grabbing lead status for our Billionaire. Just kind of spreading out along turn number 1 as Mr. Feelgood getting a little bit further. Great rotation right there by that wall. Lord Farquaad and Jucifer really holding that up. Meanwhile, H.E.B. is going to get recycled back by Freaky there. Almost back to the jam line. H.E.B. launches themselves out of corner number 1, goes across, and will come off the jam as Mr. Feelgood comes out of the pack. So, with that, we have our first jam underway and ended, and that's a 2-point earn there by our Billionaire for that jam. And with 5 seconds, we got Mr. Feelgood back on the jam line with Shock. Shock going to the outside immediately, then redirecting down the center. Almost able to make it to the outside, but will be pushed out and ran back beautifully by number 26 there. That is Abysmal. Barely missing a hit there. Shock is taken off the rink again by Abysmal, doing really good work out there with Treaty. Meanwhile, Dr. Feelgood headed to the penalty box, so this lead jam status that Shock has is going to be enjoyed with a power jam as the track progresses over to turn number 2. With it moving towards the second straightaway and into turn number 3, you've got a lot of action here on the corner as Cook continues to spread that pack out and grab 4 points for Billionaire. Dr. Feelgood looking like he's become more work there in the box as Cook makes another attempt towards the pack here on the third corner. Pushing through, number 26 doing a great job trying to stay in front of that Jaguar Abysmal. Keeping their eyes on Shock and Freaky doing a great job immediately getting into contact as the jammer gets up off the ground. Dr. Feelgood comes back into action here on turn number 4 as they come up to the jam line. Billionaire doing a great job there trying to hold up the jammer, just not good enough. And Dr. Feelgood accepts pack and does the initial round there for our Fubar Crowbars. Took themselves already earning 8 points here on this jam. It's going to re-enter here as they turn around to turn number 2 coming into the second straightaway. We're looking for an opening. Shook going to come through the third point and call it off. With that call off, it did allow Dr. Feelgood to grab 1 point before that whistle blew. Meanwhile, we're going to go ahead and account for 1 more point there for Billionaire for a total of 9 earned during this jam. Great way to end game number 2. Right now, score is 11-1 with our Billionaire taking that lead and holding it down. And with that, we're going to bring back to the line H.E. Beast along and Mr. Feelgood. He's just feeling himself right now. And so with that, he's going to stay out there on that jam line. Lord Farquaad and Juice for really backing up on Dr. Feelgood, making it hard for him to push through, but he is showing that persistence as he spread out the pack right there, all the way up to corner number 1. H.E. Beast was recycled back and managed to get back on the track and push their way through to plain lead status there. Great work, putting in that work. Dr. Feelgood also getting recycled back there by Sarkacha. Scaracha. I might be pronouncing that wrong. I apologize. Yes, I see the shout outs here in the chat for Billionaire. Great team out there playing. Now, Freaky is currently our jammer for the Fubar Crowbars. as they're trying to re-engage there. Lord Farquaad doing a great job blocking, and out of nowhere, E Beast makes a leap, apex jump there in turn number 1, grabs 4 points for Villanaire's Mountain, making it a 15-1 game. Freaky barely staying on 4 wheels on the outside lane, manages to shift the weight to the inside, making that initial pass on the second straightaway for our Fubar Crowbar. Great work there by Jucifer, making an opening right there, pushing number 26 Abysmal away. Gave HE Beast the opportunity he needed to grab 4 more points before that whistle blew. So a total of 8 accounted for during that jam, making it now a 19-1 game. We're almost at 15 minutes so far in this game remaining. Real good work being done by both teams. Now with this work, we're going to bring to the jam line number 26, Abysmal. Countering, that's going to be Villanaire's Shook on the line. Or Shock. Shock trying to go right down the middle, getting a lot more momentum as they're well past the pivot line into turn number 1. Abysmal's tied up. Jucifer's got their claws on that jammer and not making it easy to get around turn number 1. Shook took that opportunity to get lead jammer status, and now it's going to start that rotation to begin earning points. Abysmal looking for that pivot. Freaky coming around the back. That was a little freaky star pass there, but it looked really well as the Fubar Crewbars have now have a new jammer. So with Freaky making that initial pass, Shock's going to make one more attempt at this pack probably on the second straightaway and maybe call it off. We will see. Yep, on the ground, we saw it off, but at least that was one more point, hopefully. And we're going to get confirmation with the outside ref. All right, with that confirmation, it is confirmed one more point was earned there from Shock as they were on the ground calling it off, making it a 24-1 game. At 5 points earning, and we're 14 minutes left in the game. Lord Farquaad's going to come to the jam line with Dr. Feelgood as we're about to get our 5th jam underway at the whistle. Dr. Feelgood tied up again with that pack. Great job there by number 45, Reek Floyd, holding still. Lord Farquaad is well out of the pack and grabs that lead status. Dr. Feelgood getting a little assistance right there from none other than 41 Sellout. Gets a little bit further past the pivot line and is going to come out of turn number 1, but be pushed off the rink by none other than 918. Lord Farquaad, though, he's still on his mission as he grabs 4 points and continues on around the outside for Villanere. Dr. Feelgood finally leaving that pack for the initial pass. Lord Farquaad looks like it's going to take another attempt at this pack coming around that second straightaway. Got 2 more blockers to get around. 45 literally throwing their other player, that's going to be Reek Floyd, to try to get a stop to Lord Farquaad. That's not going to be successful as both jammers now make it out of the pack with 4 points accounted for. Lord Farquaad doing a great job, kind of skating around the pack. Going to get tied up there a little bit, but remains in there, giving a little dap love as they grab 4 points. Dr. Feelgood does an apex jump coming out of turn number 3. That was landed with a successful 4 points earned. Jucifer providing some amazing O on that first straightaway. A Lord Farquaad taking full advantage of that. And gets up and around that corner, grabbing 4 more points and calling it off. Beautifully done by both jammers, bringing it 16 points there earned by Villanere. And we have a total of 8 points so far by Fubar Crowbar. Score now, and I apologize. I completely misspoke. Lord Farquaad brought 20 points on that last one. So that's going to be a 44-point lead right there. 9 points still in there by the Fubar Crowbars. We are going to bring H.E. Beast back to the jam line, and Freaky is going to be his matching energy there for our Fubar's Crowbars. H.E. Beast making a good mad dash to the outside, immediately turns to the inside, and with that inside pass, grabs lead status. Freaky looking for some openings, finds a little bit one, and is going to be stopped at a halt there in corner number 1. H.E. Beast finds a little bit of toe stop action, pushed to the inside, and will be recycled back. Freaky looking for an opening, finds it by pushing Feelgood into the outside direction, but in doing so will receive a cut penalty for the inside track. So H.E. Beast now enjoying what we call a power jam for Villanere with 4 points and still counting as they continue on. Beautiful 360 turn on the outside, second straightaway. Love the yelling there by Feelgood as he's really trying to quite literally get in the mind of H.E. Beast with that yell. It caught everyone's attention over here. I don't know if it caught HEB's attention, but everybody here at the score table and announcer table definitely felt like we were not where we should have been at that moment. So again, good work by both teams. With that ending jam, it's now a score of 52-9 as Villanera again taking that lead, holding it down, and Shock's going to come back to our jam line to go ahead and see how much further we can get it. Keep in mind, Freaky, the jammer from our last jam, he's in the penalty box, so this will be a power start for Villanera. Shock blazing by number 45, Rink Floyd, pushing that pack to its limits, literally like a boulder. All right, that was the closest thing to Miley Cyrus Wrecking Ball I have seen so far today on the rink as Shook comes through quickly getting that initial pass and lead jammer status. The pack is going to progress real quickly on that second straightaway. Shook, oh, wow, traveled for 10 feet on one skate. Beautifully done and will be recycled back. Freaky now on the rink is going to come in quickly to turn number 3. Barely staying on the rink, but manages to make that initial pass there. Shook still trying to get engaged there and get past it. Beautiful whip. Love the whip action there. That's going to be done by none other than 918 Skaracha. Freaky then now making his first 4 points of this jam after making that initial pass. That pack has not slowed down as we have less than a minute to remain in this jam. Dr. Feelgood trying to get some of that action there as Shook makes it to the 4th corner, but with that, he is going to receive a penalty. So in the penalty box, he heads. Shock still trying to catch their breath, will be on the ground, gets up, calls it off. Great job there by Villanera. Both jammers looking like they scored a total of 8 points apiece. We've got 9 minutes and 10 seconds left on the clock. Score is 60-17. And timeout looks like it's going to be called here by our FUBAR Crowbars. So with that timeout, we'll give our players just a moment, take a break. Again, big shout out to our Bravo Valley Roller Derby team for hosting this 2-day tournament. It has been fantastic. And what we will see here, again, whatever team finishes this game, they will be 3rd place technically because the winner or loser, sorry, the winner of this game will immediately stay on the rink and play the Beachside War Dogs, who came in excellently with our last game. So make sure you pay attention as we're about to have our final game here of our tournament coming to you soon. Hate to say we're about to wrap up a wonderful weekend, but it has been just that. From the vendors to the concession stands to just all the players, skaters, and volunteers, and even the audience members that are out here just enjoying it in person. So again, if this isn't on your bucket list, make sure it's on your at least your calendar next year to come and check out our 7-7 tournament down here in Bryan, Texas. And with that, let me get you back to roller derby. So HEBs come sprinting off the jam line, gonna grab lead status, but Abysmal hops out in front, grabbing the initial pass there for the FUBAR Crowbar. Abysmal running to the pack. HEB takes no effort and no time to go ahead and call that off. And as a result, neither team will score any points on that jam. We have 7.5 minutes remaining on the clock. Lord Farquaad returns to the jam line for our Villanera. And it looks like Abysmal will be returning there for our FUBAR Crowbars. Abysmal with a running start, getting tied up there with Juicefor. It's going to get pushed to the inside and recycled back. Meanwhile, Lord Farquaad for Villanera comes out of the pack with lead status very quickly. Now with both jammers exiting the pack and beginning to earn points, Lord Farquaad makes an attempt for an apex jump, and that was put to a stop mid-air by none other than Rink Floyd. Audience has their own opinions about that hit. Some of them saying, what? Some of them saying, good hit. We're going to leave it up to the referees to determine all that. Either way, Shock's going to come back to the jam line along with Feelgood. And it looks like a penalty, or no, never mind. No penalty will be assessed with that. Looks like it was a clean hit. Feelgood and Shock on the actual jam line. Jam underway right now. Shook shook every one of the blockers on the first straightaway, or shocked all the blockers on the first straightaway, grabbed that lead status, and now is going to begin earning points. Feel Good still pushing in the work there as 41, and Jucifer, none other than Sellout, and Jucifer really tying up Feel Good here in the wall. Suck now kind of at turn number 1 and progressing to turn number 2. Feel Good hits the ground and something comes flying out. Pretty sure it might be a mouthpiece. Oh, man, I think it might have been a mouthpiece. Either way, work was done, or I think a wheel might have skated off. Something happened. Shock is taking full advantage of it right now, making another pass for 4 more points for our Villainaire. Total of 12 so far and counting. We do have a star pass right now, and Abysmal is now the jammer for Fubar Crowbar and takes a little spill there in turn number 3. Jucifer trying to get some of that action, but not quite there quick enough. And Abysmal gets up on the skates and begins to skate and receives a cut penalty immediately. So when one jammer sits, another jammer is going to be released, and Shock's going to be making a sprint down here to turn number 3 as Fubar Crowbar gets ready for impact. 45 really trying to get that hit in there. Again, great work there done by 41. Unfortunately, they are going to receive a penalty for that. And they will receive 2 penalties for illegal exit of the track. So unfortunately, Stella's going to stay over there for a minute. Shock, though, is going to go on the inside, and no pass, no play there, but grabs at least 2 points on that play. So with 2 points accounted for, we're at 18 so far and 7 seconds still remaining in this jam. Shock again on the inside, getting past not 1, 2, but 3 blockers as the jam comes to an end. So with a total of 22 earned during this jam, Villainaire now is at 84-17 with 4 minutes remaining in this game. HE Beast is returning back to our jam line, and Abysmal will also be returning to the jam line for Fubar Crowbar. And it looks like Fubar Crowbar decided to go this jam without a pivot. Very interesting strategy there, as they are now tied up in the first straightaway. HE Beast makes it clearly out of the pack quickly, grabbing that lead status. Lord Farquaad doing a great recycle back there for Abysmal, back to about midway between the jam line and pivot line. HE Beast taking what I would call a leisurely stroll around the rink, collecting points each time. Abysmal now coming into engagement there as Lord Farquaad and 918 Scaracha definitely holding some interference. As a result, Abysmal is going to receive a cut penalty. So now HE Beast is on the track all by himself with a little over a minute remaining in this jam and a little under 3 minutes in the game. 4 more points accounted for as Freaky was trying to get some action there, but HE Beast was a little bit too fast on the outside. Pack is now progressing over here to the second straightaway. Freaky looking to try to get some action there and get at least Jucifer out of the way, but look at HE Beast. Beautiful apex jump on the inside with a little toe stop action to leap forward. Will call the jam strategically before Abysmal is able to leave the penalty box. So we will have a power start here for our Villainaire as we're coming up at 2:20 on the clock. Big shout out and thank you to all of our viewers out there. Again, Hank tuning in all day long, kind of keeping up with the action here we have on our 7-on-7 tournament. And with this next power start, we're going to have none other than Lord Farquaad coming to the jam line. With nothing but fun to have, Lord Farquaad immediately takes off. That pack is moving fast as we're already at turn number 2 here within a couple seconds. Not really bridging very much, and as a result, looks like we're going to get a lead jam easily made there for Lord Farquaad, and we're going to send someone to the penalty box. That's going to be none other than Peppa Your Face there for a little out of play action here in the front of the pack. Lord Farquaad with a nice little shimmy to the outside, grabs the first 4 points of this jam with little effort there to the outside. Mr. Feelgood comes back to the track with a star cover in hand. That initial pass now made by the Fubar Crowbars, they can begin earning points. Lord Farquaad still doing just that. Decides he wants to keep on playing as literally the play clock and jam clock are the same amount, just seconds apart. So we're about to wrap this up. Again, we're about to come to our final game. The winner of this game is going to go against our B-side War Dogs. That's going to come to you next. It looks like it's going to be our Villainaire as Lord Farquaad has still made 12 points and we still have 49 seconds on the clock. See some shout outs there? Yes. HE Beast is a beast. And in fact, I can see where the name comes from. Work has been put in here in this game with each and every player from both teams. Feel Good comes out of that pack with 4 points, 8 so far and counting. Lord Farquaad following back with 16. We got 30 seconds left in this jam. Lord Farquaad is going to call it off. So it looks like it's going to be game here as we only have 15 seconds left on the clock. So, with an unofficial score, not confirmed just yet, we have the score. That whistle lets us know it's confirmed now. So the game does come to an end. Villain Error 116, Fubar Crowbars 25. Congratulations to all you villains out there watching on our live stream. It has been a pleasure absolutely watching y'all throughout the weekend and all the other teams that I've seen here on our 7-on-7 tournament. Again, this is Squirlock Holmes enjoying you and staying tuned and announcing everything that we have out here. Can't wait to speak to y'all soon. Until then, stay tuned as we're going to take a quick break and bring to you our final game. It's going to be Villain Error against our War Dogs. Who will it be bringing home the money? We will see. Stay tuned.
All right, all right, all right. We're back with just over a minute until we have time for Derby here. This is going to be the championship game, and it is between BSRD War Dogs and Villainair for all the marbles, the coup de grace. And for BSRD War Dogs, we have 101 Tree, 1-2 Razor, 2-0 Kevinator, 2-1-2-1 Dangle, 3-4 Grimace, 8-0-8 Steve Sweat, 8-2-3 Harmstrong, 8-8 Eliminator. And for Villainair in green, we have 1-2-2-9 Jucifer, 3 HE Beast, 4 Lord Farquaad, 4-1 Sellout, 6 Poppy Smurf, 7 Cersei Lannister, 9-1-8 Sriracha, and 9-6 Doc. And with that, we only have less than 10 seconds until we get this championship game started. This should be a good one. Villainair coming right back after the win on the last game to play in the championship. Oh, you need me to heckle for you? Oh, I'll do what I can. That's appropriate on stream. Huck said I need to heckle for
Say hi to Harley Grace.
her. And a big hello to Harley Grace out there watching. Papa Pepper is here right next to Waterboy. I don't have another mic or else he'd be on the stream. I know he would. And we are off on jam number 1 with Kevinator and HE Beast. HE Beast on that outside line speeds up and finds that lead jammer status quickly. Coming around on this scoring pass. Kevinator somewhere behind all the officials in turn 1 that I can't see. There he is. Coming around. And the jam's called off after grabbing 4 points. HEB on Villainair. Lots of noise over there from the sideline for all the Villainair Dallas Derby Devil fans. Oh, okay. So, Johnny, Huck said the house needs a heckle, and we need to remind HE Beast that, you know, giving those derby kisses to skaters can get you penalties. That was hilarious. I love your reaction to that. And Razor is out as our lead jammer in jam number 2 for the War Dogs. Thus far, our penalty box is open, but I'm assuming that that will change soon. Razor working against that tripod up front. Not getting much traction there. Does get knocked out by Lord Farquaad. Doc for Villainair gets recycled back. Razor does get through and get the 4 points. The shot still trying to get through the pack. And 101 for the War Dogs. Tree gets called on a forearm, goes through the penalty box, so it's not vacant anymore. Razor gets through and grabs a couple more points there. Armstrong goes to the penalty box as well for the War Dogs. I didn't see the penalty call on that one. And we got a little bit of a jammer on jammer action going back into the pack. Razor and Shock. Spin move from Shock to try to grab a couple of points. Forces Razor to call it off. And just like that, we have a lead change from Villainaire to the War Dogs. Everybody hydrate. Where is my hydration? Oh, there it is. Thanks, Johnny.
Cheers.
Cheers, sir. And I promise it's water that has some flavoring in it.
Eliminator and
Eliminator and HE Beast on the jam line in jam number 3. Good balancing act there by HE Beast, but does eventually get knocked into the inside and reflected back, but recovers very quickly and gets lead jammer status. Eliminator still trying to work through the pack. Villainaire putting up a heck of a defense right now. HEB's bouncing through the pack just like a ping pong ball, but gets the 4 points and keeps on rolling. Eliminator is now clear for that initial pass. Coming back around. HEB's looks for that outside line. Does get it with a spin move. Grabs 4 points. Eliminator sent to the penalty box. So this will be a power jam. Well, called off, so it'll be a power start. And everybody on the bench over there for Villainaire is celebrating that one.
something happening.
I don't know, Huck. I think Wombo's redeeming himself there.
You and Hucker text each
And here we are. We got Eliminator starting in the box and Lord Farquaad. You see the pack speeding up drastically, trying to give a little bit of a chance there. Lord Farquaad, a little bit of a trip up at the front of that pack, but does get through. Coming around after that initial pass, taking a couple of breaths. Now re-engages right there out to the pivot line. Does get hit and falls down. And now you got Eliminator coming back in from the penalty box. Will engage right there at the pivot line as well. Comes straight into that tripod of Villainaire. Does get the star pass off to Kevinator. Kevinator is around on that initial pass very quickly, forcing that call off. And just like that, we have another lead change back in favor of Villainaire. Hydrate, hydrate, hydrate.
Hydrate, don't hydrate.
Looks like we will have Shock and Razor on the jam line. Going into jam number 5. Shock looking for that inside line. Not much is there. Razor threw the pack up towards the front, working against that 2 wall up front. Now Villainaire comes up front, starts swarming, does get that knockout, and you've got to recycle back all the way to the jam line for Razor. Shock still working through that pack, up towards the front of the pack now. Looking for that outside line, going towards the inside. Does find that inside line. Ooh. Razor does get called to the penalty box, so that'll be a power jam in favor of Villainaire. And we got a skater down, so we'll transition out for a second. And a big round of applause for Dangle. Getting checked out there by the medics. Had a hard hit just for a precautionary. Did get up on their own power. So we'll be sitting out getting checked out by the medics. So HE Beast is going to get the power start here for Villanera. All skaters starting up there at that pivot line. Don't know. Ooh, beautiful spin move there on the inside for HE Beast. Grabs the shoulder on the way out. Might have been a little bit of contact there. HE Beast looked for that outside line. Didn't see it. And Razor's coming back from the penalty box, going to engage right there at the pivot line, going into turn one. Makes contact with that three wall there. All the action's behind all the officials. I can't really see what's going on. But it's a standstill right there in turn number one, going into turn number two. HEB does get out and grabs 4 points there. A hard fought 4 points. Looking around, waiting for the call off. Does call it off. Just killing some time on the clock there.
Clock management. 20 minutes to glory. Villanera with a 10-point lead.
Yeah. And going into jam number 7, Villanera's got a 10-point lead with just over 11 minutes left in this contest.
The tournament.
Yeah, the tournament. Good point, Johnny. This is the last game of the tournament. And you've got Eliminator and Shock that are in as jammers. Shock working against that three wall there as the War Dogs, not getting much traction. Looks for that outside line, nothing there. Gets recycled back all the way back to the jam line. Eliminator working up on that. Ooh, that was a hard hit on Shock. High block on 101 Tree from the War Dogs. That was warranted there. That was definitely a hard hit there. And you've got Eliminator for the War Dogs working against that tripod up front. Not getting a lot of traction. Great defense from Villanera to allow Shock enough time to make it through the pack on that initial pass, get that lead jammer status, and come back around. Hard hit there from Kevinator on the War Dogs. Getting Shock out to that outside line, recycling back a little bit. Shock does call it after grabbing a couple of points. Or, well, no verdict yet on points.
Clock's still running under 10 minutes.
Okay, 4 points there for Shock with Villanera. Extending that lead just by a little to 14 points. Every little bit's going to help in this game for sure. Clock's still running. We've got just over 9 minutes left with HE Beast and Razor in as jammers. HE Beast being patient, looking for those holes. Did get recycled back by 3 from the War Dogs. Now HE Beast is working against that block to push. Gets a little bit of a help. Finds that inside line going into turn number 1 and gets lead jammer status coming around. No, that's Razor was on that one-on-one against Jucifer. Got the out of play call and is now out on the initiative. HE Beast grabbed 3 points and called it off. Shock is made of rubber. She's good. True, just bouncing around. And you got Dangle starting off here as your jammer for War Dog and Lord Farquaad for Villanera. Both jammers working hard against the back of that pack. Dangle does get knocked out and recycled back a little bit. Dangle working against that tripod up front. Pushing. Does get through and gets lead jammer status coming into turn number 2. Coming around now on a scoring pass. Lord Farquaad still having some troubles at the back of that pack. Dangle does get through after a little bit of resistance at the front of that tripod of Villainaire. Lord Farquaad now has the star cap off, trying to reach that pivot. And the Warthogs are just not having it. Keep knocking them out to the outside. Big hits there. Big hit for Grimace and a big penalty. A lot of physicality there for just 6 points in that jam. 6 points for the War Dogs, bringing them to 16 points and 27 points for Villainaire, going into jam number 10 with just over 6 minutes and 30 seconds. Timeout taken by the War Dogs. And the clock is still running during these timeouts. As always, we want to thank every single person that's in attendance here, everybody that's on the stream, everyone that's in person here, our volunteers, our medics, photographers, NSOs, SOs, announcers, everybody that made this happen this weekend. We've all come to this moment in the championship, this bracket, and without each and every person here and all of you out there, this wouldn't be possible. So, thank you. All right, and that rolling whistle is going to bring us back to the action here. Looks like we're going to have HE Beast on the jam line, and I can't see who it is quite yet for the War Dogs. That's Razor. Razor in there for the War Dogs. A little bit of a slow start, patiently waiting, looking for those gaps into the defense. Not much is there. Razor does look on the outside. The pack is getting a little spread out. HE Beast gets recycled back by Armstrong. Both jammers having a hard time getting through this pack. Pack has pretty much been stagnant, staying in between the jam line and the pivot line. And we have just 4 minutes and 20 seconds left. HE Beast does get out and get lead jammer status with only about a minute and 5 seconds left in the jam. Absolutely, Huck. We will. You probably didn't see it because you had already left, but we did a very good shout out for Echo and Doc for putting on this tournament and all the appreciation and applause. But we will definitely repeat that and let them know again from you personally.
Waterboy and the AB team.
Yeah. I guess myself and the AV team for making this stream possible. I was told last minute, hey, bring your streaming stuff. And I was like, okay. Had some technical difficulties at the beginning, but we got it going. As always, making it happen for all of the Derby fans out there, friends, family, skaters, so that you can see all the action. HE Beast gets a couple of points there, 2 points, and calls it off. I mean, at this point, you got an 11-point game and only 3 minutes left. and then we give away some money to the champion. And of course, Waterboy and Johnny Pepper, my favorite stream team. Lots of thanks.
Two hugs.
Love you too, Huck, from both Johnny and I. Fun fact, I've only been doing this for right over a year. I mean, it hasn't even been a year since my first tournament. Yeah.
You're a broadcaster.
Yeah, now I'm a broadcaster. Yeah. First tournament was Y'all Stars. So we have an official timeout. So the time clock did stop.
Look, under 4 minutes and less than 40 points difference. Clock's going to stop on a timeout. That's what
okay.
Noodle said. What Noodle says goes.
All right. So we got
Just
clarification
telling
there.
y'all what the fucking deal is.
Noodle is bossing it up over here from the NSO table, saying if there's a timeout call in less than 4 minutes and the spread difference on the points is less than 40, the clock will stop. Noodle said. Oh yeah, Huck. Thank you. It was a blast. I learned so much. Yeah, you can hear Johnny, can't you? Yeah,
Say bad words.
yeah, Y'all Stars was my first official big tournament. I did do one before with WTRD, and that was the Rumbleweed. But yeah, less than a year and a half total. And Kevinator gets out on that jam and gets lead jammer. Doc is still stuck in the pack. Kevinator gets out and grabs 4 points there easily on the inside of turn number 1. Big hit there on Shock. Shock gets recycled back. Kevinator working through that pack, finds that inside line again, grabbing. Oh, nope. Nope. Gets a penalty, so that's going to be a power jam in favor of Billionaire as Shock hands off the star cap to Lord Farquaad. This is going to come down to the last seconds here. Pack is moving, speeding up a little bit. War Dogs are trying to control the speed of that pack to keep Lord Farquaad from grabbing all the points. Lord Farquaad scooping it up, eating as he goes by, grabs 4 points there. Kevinator working on that outside line, coming back from the penalty box. War Dogs not able to keep Lord Farquaad from getting any points there. Billionaire doing a great job holding Kevinator up at the front of that pack. Eating the time away there. Only 20 seconds left in the jam. Our game clock has expired, so this will be your last jam. Kevinator trying to get through the pack. Has a lot of resistance. Lord Farquaad adds 4 more points to the board. I don't think it's going to happen for the War Dogs. 2 seconds left, and it's over. And your champion for this bracket is Billionaire 45, War Dogs 36, the unofficial score. We'll wait for that final whistle to make it official. They can't be stressing me out like this. Yes, let's go. Let's go. I'll let them all know as they roll by. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. All right, all right, all right. For all of you that are still viewing, just at all of our awards, we're going to wrap it up here for the 7-on-7 Texas tournament here in Brazos Valley, put on by Brazos Valley Roller Derby. Such a beautiful, beautiful place and a wonderful time. Thank each and every one of you for tuning in. Noodle says hi on the stream for all of the friends and family back home. Rex, everybody. And for all of us here, thank you, thank you, thank you again. And we're about to log off. So you can't stay here. You can do whatever you want.